live. Welcome. Welcome to Hollywoke Hot Take live, where we do it live. And welcome to the Pineys t-shirt store, of course. And, of course, the Pineys. There's the Pineys there. Oh, what a weekend I had. Very busy. I'm a little fried. Spent a lot of hours in the sun this weekend. What did I do? Well, the end of June wrapped up pretty good. Friday, I went to Bridgeton Library in Bridgeton, New Jersey. I did an event, and that went very well. Sold some books. Then I went to Lucille's Luncheonette in Warren Grove, New Jersey. That is the great little place out in the Pines where you can get breakfast or lunch or brunch. And JEC is here. Hi. And I got the Anthony Bourdain special because famously Anthony Bourdain went there. It's on the Anthony Bourdain Trail of places he visited. He enjoyed it very much. I always enjoy the Anthony Bourdain special, which is eggs, home fries, toast, and scrapple. That's good eating. And sold some books there. And then today I went to the I Heart Horror event, which was called like the Hot Rods and Ice Cream Monster Truck Show event. I don't know. They always have a very long title I can never remember. But it was a fun show, fun day. It was hot, though. I was outside most of this weekend for the last 2 days. But at Lucille's, an interesting thing happened, which paid off today. Someone noticed there was a Wawa card on the ground. Now, for those of you who don't live near a Wawa, I pity you. Wawa is the greatest store ever, and you've probably heard the legends if you don't live in this area. Wawa is a place you can get coffee, gas, but you can also get a hoagie, you can get a pizza, you can get a hamburger. It's kind of like the East Coast version of Buc-ee's, although not as big. But it has all the essentials. It also has tasty cakes, which are all delicious. So all these delicious things, right? Anyhow, it's a Wawa gift card. It's just lying on the ground. So somebody hands it to me because apparently one of my fans, in the process of paying me money for my books, dropped the card. So I held on to it, hoping they would come back. I didn't want to take it, but no one ever came back for it. So I had to go home, so I took the card. It doesn't have anybody's name on it or anything. So today, I was coming back from the event, and I said, I don't know if there's any money on this card. Let me stop and see. Well, it turns out there was $37 on it. So I went to Wawa and had a nice hoagie. It was delicious. So that's been my week. Pretty darn good. And I sold a bunch of books today as well. So all in all, a pretty decent weekend. I should probably order some more books for July, because it's going to get a little crazy. I'm doing events. I'm doing events on July 4th. It's crazy. I got an event on the 3rd and then an event on the 4th. I've never done an event on July 4th before. I'm very excited because I wanted to make sure I had 76 Piney ready for the 4th of July, and it is. And now I'm going on a 4th of July event. What better place to sell this book than the 4th of July? See? Always thinking. And then I got a bunch of other stuff for the rest of the month. So, yeah, things are looking good. Although, spending all 2 days in the sun, I'm a little dehydrated, so forgive me if I'm a little fuzzy. It was very sunny. And I didn't have time to do research on the theme, which Ardent suggested, which was something like TV shows that got canceled before they... I wrote it down, but then I couldn't find the page I wrote it down on. But it was like TV shows that got canceled that shouldn't have been canceled kind of thing. That required a little research, and by the time I got home, there wasn't enough time, and I'm too kind of fried to do that research. So maybe next week we'll do a theme. But thank you for tuning in today. We've got plenty to talk about because Hollywood continues to burn, and the box office is not doing them too many favors this week. Let's take a look. All right, The good movie apparently right now is F1 the movie. No, it doesn't mean go F yourself. It stands for Formula One Racing, and it stars Brad Pitt as a race car driver, as an older race car driver, and there's a young man who plays the young race car driver, and he's trying to capture his former glory. Well, it's a sport movie essentially, and it made $55.6 million. Not bad. Not a bad opening at all. And that's the number one movie, so good for them, I guess. Number two, for the third, well, it was number one for 2 weeks, and now it's number two. How to Train Your Dragon at 19.4 million. Why do you people keep going to see live action remakes of cartoons? I'll never understand it. I don't think I'll ever see one of these movies. But again, it's the summer, and I think they just want to take their kid somewhere. Along those lines is the Pixar movie number 3, Elio. Did 10.7 million in its second week. That's only a drop of 49%, but it didn't really start out great to begin with. And the budget on this thing, I think, is high. Yeah, it's 150 million. It's only at 56 million. It is not doing well in the international. Holy F. That is not good. That is not good at all. Did this thing not open in China? Oh, I'm not seeing China on the list. Oh, okay. So the China numbers aren't in yet. It opened this weekend in China. So China might save the international numbers a bit, but that still probably won't put it at 56 million. Unless China really loves this movie for some reason. Again, it just kind of looks like pieces of a bunch of other movies that have been done, like E.T. and, you know, movies about kids and aliens. They did a bunch of them in the 80s. What was that one? Oh gosh, I think it was called something like The Martians Kidnapped My Mom or something like that. But Elio, not getting a lot of good reviews. Not at all. Surprisingly, at number 4, Mithrigan opened. Mithrigan 2.0. This is a sequel to Mithrigan, the first movie, at 10.2 million. That's not very good. And I'm not sure the budget on this thing. 25 million? Yeah, this will probably make its money back, at least for the budget. It's already at 17 million. I'm kind of surprised it only cost 25 million. I guess because there's no big stars in it, but this is a sequel, and they seem to spend, it looked kind of like they spent a little money on it, but not much, apparently. I'm not really into Mithrigan. Doesn't really interest me. There's something creepy about it. I don't think I like. Weird robot doll girl. Yeah. Something off about that. Something not right. But I heard the first one is decent from some internet people. But yeah, not for me. The big shocker is 28 years later. And the shocker is it appears to be bombing badly. It's a shame because the trailer looked pretty good, and from all accounts, the first act of this movie, people were psyched for. Like, they really enjoyed the first act, and people in almost every review said that. Oh, it starts out great. Because it starts out with a father and son sort of bonding thing, and they're going to the mainland, and they gotta hunt zombies. But then it, like, turns a weird corner and goes, I guess woke. It started at number 2 last week and now has dropped to 5. This is the second week. It dropped by 68%, and that is bad. That is really bad. That is dropping like a rock. 9.7 million. That is super bad. It's done 100 million worldwide. It costs 60 million. So this will break even at minimum, I would say. Might even make a little money, but this should have been $500 million easy. How do you F up a zombie movie? Psh, I don't know. I just don't know. Again, this movie looked very much like an online comic, which I recommend if you have the stomach for it. It's called Crossed. It's very graphic, but it's kind of cool. It's basically this, the 28 years or 28 days stuff, but done very graphically. Oh man, I'm itchy. JC, you're a bit low, Tony. All right, let me adjust here. How's that? Is that better? All right. Is that better? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Let me see the levels here. Yeah, my levels are a bit low. I'm not sure why. Come on. Come on. All right. How's that? Think that's a little better. There's a crap on my desk. All right. It's about a little bit. Could be higher still. How about now? How about now? Sorry about that. All right. Get closer to the microphone. I don't know what's going on with this. When I first got this, it was fantastic. And almost immediately, I think I had a drop off in quality with the Yeti. Couldn't tell you why. This thing. All right. How's that? Yeah, so this thing should have been gangbusters. It's just not. I guess they'll call it a win, since it will make its money back and a little bit of profit, but not much. It should have like went through the roof. This was highly anticipated. So, I don't know. Number 6, Lilo and Stitch, dropping from 4. 6.9 million in its 6th week. Did pretty well. They already greenlit the sequel. Again, I don't know why you people see these things, except that you have kids and you have no idea what to do with your kids. Take them miniature golfing. Take them to the beach. Take them on a hike. You don't have to go see these movies. You just don't. I get it. You saw it when you were young, but that was a cartoon. And your parents were ignoring you. Hate to tell you. So maybe don't ignore your kids and go, I don't know, go do something with your kids. I just don't want to see these studios get money till they do something original and good. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning is number 7, dropping from 5. This movie basically tanked. Mostly because it sounds like they spent too much money. I strongly suspect there's some shenanigans going on behind the scenes at the studio, though. I strongly suspect that the studios look, they look at these movies as product and how much money they make. And when something like this goes belly up, and this ran up the tab during the pandemic, they decide, okay, this is going to be our tax write-off. Let's dump a bunch of cost onto this movie. It's not doing well anyway. And they move things around behind the scenes, and that's how they do their taxes. That's what I strongly suspect, but no real proof of that. But I've never heard of a studio being audited, although I'm sure it's happened. Number 8, dropping from 6, is The Materialist. This is in its 3rd week, $2.9999 million. So I just rounded up to 3 at that point. This is with Dakota Johnson. Looks awful. Looks god-awful. But I think this probably made it money because, it made $40 million. I doubt it cost that much. Yeah, it cost 20. So definitely broke even, made some money. Not much, but some. Number 9, dropping from 7, From the World of John Wick, Ballerina, 2.1 million. So, yeah, 108 million worldwide, 90 million production budget. Not really making any kind of real money here. Probably losing money. It's time to end John Wick. Time to end the franchise before it gets any worse. Number 10 is Karate Kid Legends. This movie did not do well at all, but I think it just broke even. It actually probably made a little bit of money, yeah. 45 million, 102 worldwide. Yeah, probably made some money. But not much. Not much. Number 11 is Final Destination Bloodlines. Now this, in my view, was a bona fide hit. 283 million on a budget of 50 million. That's a hit. That's hit. 5 times what you put into it. That's what these, again, studios do this. This is how you make money. You can make 10 of these a year easy. You definitely can make 1 a month. Oh yeah. Absolutely you can. Why spend 200 million on something that sucks? At least if you spend $50 million on something that sucks, you'll lose less money. Number 12 is The Phoenician Scheme, making $700,000. It's kind of hard to rank this movie. They barely put it in the theaters. It's made $34 million worldwide. Kind of hard to tell how much it cost. I mean, a lot of people want to work with Wes Anderson. There's a ton of names in this. So I could see a lot of these guys taking a pay cut just to be in it. And so I don't know. I don't know what this thing cost. But I still want to see it. I still do like his movies. Number 13, The Life of Chuck, in its 4th week. God, this movie looked depressing. $375,000. I don't think this movie did well at all, if I recall. 6.5 million in total. Yeah, probably didn't cost a tremendous amount, but I don't think that's money. I don't think that's money at all. After that is Sinners, $365,000 in its 11th week. Good movie. Gotta say it was a good movie. Best part about it, I don't think they could do a sequel to it that would make any kind of sense unless you want to do Michael B. Jordan as a vampire movie. I don't think that would be as fun. So I think this Sinners should definitely be a one and done. But yeah, this movie did pretty well. 4 times what it cost. Again, it was a little indulgent, but I forgave it. The Last Rodeo from Angel Studios, $124K, still hanging around. Thunderbolts, still clanking around at $120K. Bring Her Back, $97K in its 5th week. Premiering towards the bottom, Sorry Baby. What was this movie? I forget. Where's the synopsis? Oh, gosh. I think I saw the trailer for this. I didn't review it, though. It's like an art house movie. It's only in 4 theaters. 21K. Or, sorry, 86K. In the Mood for Love. In its 1,274th week? What? This is an old movie. Oh, from 2000. This is it's a foreign film. All that time, and it only made 13 million. At least in the States. Hot Milk from IFC, made $40K. I'm not sure what this is about. With a strange illness, a mother and her daughter embark on a journey to the Spanish coast to find a cure. Along the way, the daughter discovers another reality far from her controlling mother. Okay. Yeah, it sounds very art house. Friendship still hanging in there at $35K. That's a Paul Rudd movie. And Familiar Touch at $21K. Not sure what this is about. Ruth Goldman, an older woman with dementia, leaves her home for a date. But what she thinks is a hotel turns out to be an assisted living facility. Oh, okay. I think I read this one last week. Yeah. Sad. Sad and depressing movie. So that's the box office. What was the total? 125K. I think that was last week, too. Last week, yeah, 125K. Oh, last week the Boondock Saints went back in the theaters. For some reason. In one theater. I don't even know why you put that on the list. Quite frankly, Enzilio is here. I saw you today. Well, that could be interpreted in various sinister ways. Enzilio, where did you see me? Did you see me at the Hot Rod Car Show Ice Cream Monster Truck I Heart Horror thing? The name I can never remember. If so, the important question is, did you buy a book? And if so, thank you. If you didn't, don't forget, they're on Amazon. Arden is here. Hello, Boondock Saints. One theater? Was it fucking Bastian? I don't know. Hello, Arden. Yeah, so box office not great. Not great. I mean, I hear good things about F1 though. I'm not a sports movie guy though. I did like Moneyball, so I might go see it. I would consider seeing it. Somebody was weirdly defending that movie in my trailer analysis. I wasn't even bashing it. It just looks like a generic sports movie. And Zilio. Yes, I bought 2 comics and a book. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Big hand for Enzilio here. And welcome to the live stream. Feel free to ask any questions. This is my dog, Joan, my co-host. Little Joan, we call her. Say hi, Joan. Speak. Nah, she doesn't do that. She doesn't do that. All right. So let's get into the trade, see what's happening in Hollywood. Here's Variety talking about Brad Pitt. The Office star, Rainn Wilson, says the show was a struggle after Steve Carell left. We knew it was coming for a long time. Yeah, I can imagine. Because the show was less funny without him. Really should have ended the show when he decided to leave. Kind of like hung on. It wasn't great. They were like okay episodes. It was kind of like watching the show, waiting for Steve Carell to come back. I don't know why these guys quit anything. I would have ran that show into the ditch. I would have done 100 seasons. Why not? Why not keep doing it? He was good at it. The show was good with him on it. I get it. He gets sick of it after a while and he wants to do movies, but can't you do both? I mean, you've been on a show for like, I don't know, 10 years or whatever it was. Isn't it time to go, okay, I'll do the show. I'll keep doing the show, but I want to do a movie like while we're doing the show. Like he could do that. That's been done. Ardent, I went for a walk at sunrise this morning and saw a yearling moose. Neat. JC, Steve should have stayed. Not like he did anything else after. Well, he did a bunch of movies, which I'm sure he got paid more for. He did do The 40-Year-Old Virgin, which was pretty good. But not a lot of great movies. He tries to be a serious actor. And it's kind of annoying because he's so damn funny. And he's an okay serious actor, I guess. But like Bill Murray, when he made the move, I'm like waiting for him to do something funny. I kind of can't concentrate on the drama because I'm too busy going, oh, as Steve Carell's here, he's going to do something crazy. And then he doesn't do it. JC, my brother still binges old episodes of The Office. Yeah, my nephew did. He loved The Office. Man, he was binging everything. He was watching the little snippets. NBC used to do these 5-minute takes with some of the side characters. He loved them. JC, wasn't 40-Year-Old Virgin before The Office? Was it? Oh, let's see. 40-Year-Old Virgin is 2005. Okay. And Office was when? Here's the 40-Year-Old Virgin. The Office was... Now, let me just type it in, save myself a headache. 2005. It's the same year. Yeah, it was 2005 to 2013. The 40-Year-Old Virgin was 2005. I guess that was the last year of comedies. 2005 in the movie theater. It might have been right before, I guess. Ardent. I remember waiting for the Truman Show to be funny. Damn, dude. Tell us how you really think. It was amusing. It wasn't really meant to be a comedy, I don't think. Some of the moments were crazy. 40-Year-Old Virgin was his only hit, really. Well, let's take a look. Let's go through Steve's resume as an actor. This is as an actor, okay? Life as We Know It. Curly Sue. Yeah, I don't think you could call that a hit. Second City's 149th and a half edition. I don't know what that is. All My Children? Weird. The Dana Carvey Show. Over the Top. Tomorrow Night. Homegrown. Just Shoot Me. Suits. The Unbelievables. Strangers with Candy. That was a pretty decent show. These are not movies yet. HUD, which was a TV movie. Outlaw Golf. Okay. Street of Pain. Bruce Almighty. Bruce Almighty, I think that was kind of a hit. Now, that wasn't his movie, but he was in it. He was a pretty big part of it. Ardent. Crazy Stupid Love was half decent, wasn't it? JC, he was a working character actor for like 15 years before he broke big. I like Strangers with Candy. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I miss the actress. I wish she had gotten a movie or something. Oops. Shoot. I'm clicking the wrong thing. Bruce Almighty, Watching Ellie, Outlaw Volleyball, The Lunchbox Chronicles, Fillmore, Anchorman, Afternoon Delight. So Anchorman, he was in that. That's an ensemble. I think you can give him a half a point at least for that one. He's very funny in that. I mean, he's very iconic. I think that's really his breakout role as Brick. Bruce Almighty, he was on The Daily Show. It was a Jim Carrey movie. Yeah, but he was very memorable in it, just like he was in Anchorman. I think the Anchorman movie put him on the map, though. At least for movies. Come to Papa, Sleepover, Melinda and Melinda, Wake Up Ron Burgundy, another, he did the sequel. Bewitched, then The 40-Year-Old Virgin, which did well. Little Miss Sunshine, that I think did well. I'm almost sure that movie did well. let's go to the numbers. Little Miss Sunshine. I mean, I don't think it did gangbusters, but I think it made some money. It was kind of like a minor hit. 40-Year-Old Virgin and The Office are his only starring roles. Hit starring roles. I think The Daily Show is what blew him up. Now, why isn't this loading? Come on, there it is. 59 million. Worldwide gross was 100 million. It's not what I wanted. Little Miss Sunshine. There we go. So did 150 million. It had a production budget of 8 million. That's a monster. That's huge. Now that was 2006. So that makes the numbers even better. And the estimated DVD sales was 55 million. So that's 150 million. 155 million on an $8 million movie. That's a hit. You got to call that a hit. Come on. At least monetarily, you got to call it a hit. JC, Little Miss Sunshine did well for an art house navel-gazing type flick. Got a lot of Oscar buzz. I mean, I agree with you. That's the kind of movie it is. I didn't say it. It looked kind of dull and stupid. Ardent, Little Miss Sunshine was a Wes Anderson flick? No? Let's go to the IMDb again. Little Miss Sunshine. I don't think it was. He directed that? No, it was two other directors, Jonathan Dayton and Valerie Faris, and it was written by Michael Arndt. Yeah, that didn't strike me as a Wes Anderson thing. JC, people still rented movies back then. It would have done well on DVD. It did. 55 million's not too shabby. He just in supporting role as the gay uncle. Okay. American Storage. These things kind of add up, though. Over the Hedge. That was a cartoon. I remember seeing the ad for it. I don't think it did well. Naked Trucker and T-Bone Show. That was a TV show. He was in Knocked Up, but was uncredited. I wouldn't count that one. Evan Almighty. He starred in that one. I don't think that was a big deal. But that was a sequel to Bruce Almighty. I think it might have done okay monetarily. Simply because of the momentum. But I kind of remember hearing that it sucked. Like, badly. Oh, they spent too much money on that film. 174 million, and it cost 175 million. Wow. Yeah, that's no bueno. All right, so we can't count that. Let's see. Dan in Real Life, that didn't do well. I don't think. JC, Evan Almighty, I think they spent an insane amount and it bombed. It wouldn't have if they had only spent $8 million like they did with Little Miss Sunshine. Or at least spent what they spent on, what's the name? Dan in Real Life, I don't think that did well. That was like a drama. Stories USA. Horton Hears a Who. I don't think I would count that one. Get Smart. I want to say this movie bombed, but I have a sneaking suspicion it did okay. I hated the remake of Get Smart because at first I thought, one guy who could be as funny as Don Adams. Maybe Steve Carell could do it. And man, that movie sucked. All right, here it is in 2008. It made 226 million. Cost 80 million. So that's kind of a hit. Dwayne Johnson was in it too before he really blew up. Kind of a hit. Date Night, that didn't do well. Despicable Me. There you go. You got to call that his movie. Even though it's a cartoon, that's a huge franchise. It's insanely huge. They've done 4 sequels. They've all made money. or 3 sequels. They did the video game. He's in that. Todos Contra Duan. I don't know what that is. Dinner for Schmucks. That was awful. I saw that movie. Ugh. It was one of the movies I saw and said, why do I come to movies? It really was bad. Because Paul Rudd's in it and Steve Carell, and I thought, oh, this should be pretty funny. It is not. It is the opposite of funny. Ardent. New Get Smart has The Rock and that hot chick. Yeah, Despicable Me is huge. Yeah, so you would have to add Despicable Me to his list. Saturday Night Live, Crazy Stupid Love. That did kind of okay, I think, but another ensemble. JC, Minions and the star of Despicable Me. My ex's nieces love Minions back in the day. Yeah, all the kids love that. Threat Level Midnight, the movie. Oh, okay, that was a short with Michael Scott. Oh, he was still doing The Office then. Seeking a Friend for the End of the World. That was with Tina Fey. I saw that movie too, unfortunately. It's not great. Didn't do well. More Despicable Me. Hope Springs, The Simpsons, The Way, Way Back, The Incredible Burt Wonderstone, The Office, Despicable Me 2, Web Therapy, Pharrell Williams Happy, Anchorman 2, The Legend Continues, Panic in the Mailroom, Neighbors, Foxcatcher. Oh, that's when he tried to be super serious. He was playing John DuPont, the guy who killed that wrestler. Alexander the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. I think this movie did okay. They made a remake of it not too long ago with an all-Latino family, if I remember correctly. Oh, it's got too long of a name. Can I highlight this? Hold on. I'm going to highlight this so I don't have to type it all in. I think this movie might have made money because they did remake it. Otherwise, I'm not sure why they would remake it. Unless it made some money. Come on, the numbers. The numbers. The numbers. Thank you. And it's not here. Okay. All right. So we don't know how much money that movie made. The Tonight Show, 9 Kisses, Minions, Freeheld, The Big Short. I think that did okay. That's another ensemble cast. JC, it's a popular kids book. They remade the book, not the movie. Oh. Yeah, I remember looking at the trailer for the Latino version. It was odd. You could tell, like, that it was a remake. Shut up, Joan. Trying to do the show. Let's see. Made $132 million? 7 million on domestic video. Come on, the numbers. Budget was 28. All right, so that made money. I mean, his movies make money. Not an insane amount, but another, ensemble. Cafe Society, Despicable Me, Battle of the Sexes, Last Flag Flying, Beautiful Boy, Vice. All right, John. All right. Insistent little dog. Here. Needed a drink. Welcome to Marwin, Irresistible, The Greatest Gift, The Morning Show. That's a TV show. Space Force. God, that looked terrible. Minions, The Rise of Gru, The Patient, Asteroid City did not do well. If, that's that Ryan Reynolds thing. Despicable Me 4, The Four Seasons, and Mountainhead, which probably won't do good. So, yeah, okay. So he's got 3, and then a bunch of minor hits. I would... Yeah, his box office isn't too shabby. I just wish he'd go back to comedies, especially now. I think he would absolutely clean up if he started doing comedies again. I kind of think he doesn't want to do comedies, judging by his picks. Like, he doesn't want to do them. I think he wants to be taken as a serious actor. Same thing with Jim Carrey. Although, comparing the two, Jim Carrey's... I mean, it's hard to compare him because Jim Carrey was like a little earlier, but Jim Carrey did better on that score, I think. At least for career. JC, he's a good supporting actor. He doesn't have big starring roles. I think Despicable Me is a starring role. I mean, you could say, I don't think you could dismiss it just because it's a cartoon. It's a monster. I think that's bigger than The Office, really. JC, you could swap him out as the voice in Despicable Me and it wouldn't affect the box office one bit. JC, Jim Carrey has lost his mind. What specifically are you talking about? Because there's a lot of things there's a lot of paths to go down that garden row. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, Jim Carrey is I don't know if he's crazy or he just tries different version of crazy to see what gets him more attention and bigger roles. JC, the Minions are the draw of those movies. Well, they keep hiring them and he keeps making money. All right, let's move on. God damn it, I keep doing that. Let me move this up just a tad. There we go. Let's move on to another variety story. JC, look up literally and Jim Carrey interview from the last. Look up literally any Jim Carrey interview from the last 10 years. Oh, I know. I mean, I just thought maybe you were referencing a specific one. I remember when he did that movie, I think it was called 23, and then he gave an interview and he had these weird, I think he had these weird conspiracy theories about the number 23, and that was when he was painting. But didn't Carrey's girlfriend die? Right? Didn't she die? And then right after that, he ended up with Jenny McCarthy. And then he ended up marrying her. And then they divorced, and that was a big divorce. And then he went back into acting for a short time. And now he's doing the Sonic thing, and where he's like the bad guy. And he's sort of back to his old self in those movies, kind of, because he's doing funny stuff. But I saw an interview with him where he was like, I don't really want to do this anymore, but I do it when a good role comes by or there's a lot of money or whatever, I think was the code. And so he was willing to do Sonic again, but he hasn't been willing to do just about anything else. Ardent, I think he's so rich he just likes to F with people. Ardent, the number 23, it was a very strange flick. It looked very strange. He was nutty during that time, too. And the weird thing was, too, he was shacked up with Jenny McCarthy. And Jenny McCarthy was an early anti-vaccine person before the pandemic. Like, she was against pretty much all vaccines. So she must be happy as a clam that RFK Jr. is in the White House right now. But, like, some of it I thought was like, oh, did Jim Carrey get sort of sucked into some conspiracy theories with Jenny McCarthy, and that's why he's gotten so wacky? Because that's about when he started getting really wacky. Or is something going on with the death of his girlfriend? I don't know. Maybe that messed him up. JC, they made a documentary about the making of Man on the Moon, about how he abused everyone on set because he insisted on keeping in character as Andy Kaufman. I think the dead girlfriend was after McCarthy. Oh. I don't know about if that would be considered abuse that he insisted on everybody calling him Andy and treating him like Andy Kaufman while he was shooting. I kind of get that. Like, he wants to stay in character and people are taking him out of it. And it's part of his process. So I kind of respect that. But yeah, I mean, and you could understand why, you know, people would not respect it in LA because they're so full of themselves. They just don't care. I mean, I'll tell you a story about being in LA. So I was living in LA for a short time, and I'm trying to get my screenplays around. And in the world of screenplays at that time, you had to punch 3 holes in your screenplay and push these brass fasteners in them. The idea being, if they changed your script, it was easy to pull the brass fasteners out, replace the pages, and then hand the script back to people and copy it easier. So that was the standard format. And since producers are very busy and they don't read anything anyway, doing anything other than that would instantly get your script shot to the bottom of the waste paper basket. So you had to do this. So I was in LA trying to pass my scripts around, and I had Xeroxed a bunch and brought them out, but I was out of them, so I went to the Kinko's at the time. And I go into the Kinko's, and I swear to you, this is exactly what happened. I walked into the store, and I said, "Hi, how you doing? I need 3 copies of this on your cheapest paper, and will you punch 3 holes in it?" And I swear to you, the girl behind the counter, who heard me, I was looking right at her when I said this, she looked me dead in the eye and said, "Hi, welcome to Kinko's. Can I help you?" And I kind of like shook that off for a minute and said, "All right, I'm not going to get mad." I just repeated. I said, "Hi, I just need 3 copies of this on your cheapest paper, please, with 3 hole punches." And I swear to you, I don't know what was wrong with her, except that she was from LA. She said to me, "Oh, okay, great. What kind of paper would you like that on?" And at that point, I was like, is this chick effing with me? Is she effing with me? Because now I'm getting into Jersey mode, right? I'm in LA. I'm trying to be phony Hollywood guy, but this chick is pushing my buttons. And I'm like, listen, I want this on your cheapest paper. Do you understand? She's like, yeah. I go, great. She goes, would you like it on bond? And I go, is that your cheapest paper? And she goes, no. I go, then I don't want it on that paper. I want it on your cheap. And I lost my S. I freaked the F out in the Kinko's. And I was screaming at her, I want it on your cheapest effing paper. And I just lost it in the store. I couldn't believe it. And let me tell you something. You might think she was screwing with me. She wasn't screwing with me. They're that caught up in their own world. They care that little for what you're saying to them. She had no interest in doing her actual job. None. No interest. And what did she do? She copied my screenplays on bond paper and gave them to me. And I screamed at her again. She charged me the cheap rate, I think, and I left. Never to go to that Kinko's ever again. So that's the way people in LA interact. Okay? So I can understand Jim Carrey. Like, imagine you're Jim Carrey and you say, okay, guys, I'm going to be Andy Kaufman. I want you all to refer to me as Andy so I can stay in character, right? Is everybody clear on that? And like, there's like 50 people around. They're all in the crew or whatever. And they all go, yeah, that's cool. Sorry. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. And they all agree to it. Like, he tells them in advance. And then he leaves. And then the next day he comes back on the set and he's Andy. And for a while that goes great. And then like a few days later, someone who either wasn't at that meeting or just doesn't give an F, comes right up to him and says, "Mr. Carey, here's your coffee." And he goes, "I don't know. I'm not Mr. Carey. I'm Mr. Kaufman. Why are you calling me Mr. Carey?" I promise you that is probably what happened. Something like that. And he probably lost his S, pulled his agent into the room and said, "Why are these people calling me Mr. Carey? I had a meeting. I told them what I wanted, and none of them are doing it." Anyhow. JC, his dead girlfriend's family sued him after saying he drove her to it. Oh my God, he said that? Why would he say that? Ardent, you think LA would be one place people would respect someone else's delusions? Nope. Are you saying I was delusional to make screenplay copies? JC, he would be abusive when he was in Tony Clifton role. There's a scene where he turns on the Tony Clifton act and a girl on set starts crying because she didn't like how he would scream at her. Okay. Well, that was Tony Clifton. Ardent, early NPC, legit airhead, LOL, and now I begin to understand OJ a little better. JEC, watch the documentary Jim and Andy, you'll see. Okay. I might do that. Sounds crazy. Glastonbury organizers appalled by Bob Villain's, that's his name, Bob Villain with a V, chants after set sparks controversy. There's no place for anti-Semitism, hate speech, or incitement. So this guy took the Free Palestine chant to the next level and said, I forget, he said something like kill everybody in the IDF or something like that. And, you know, the people in the crowd didn't boo him. They cheered it on. But Carl Benjamin has a few videos on the Glastonbury Festival. So if you're interested in that, you should watch him because he's from that region of the world and he has a pretty good take on the whole thing, I think, because he you know, grew up at a time when the Glastonbury Music Festival was probably more relevant and the music was more relevant and sort of knows people who've gone and stuff like that. JC, when he was Tony Clifton, he would literally be drunk on set and starting fights. That's being in character, though, I think, for Tony Clifton. I mean, he was trying to do Andy, doing Tony Clifton. Although it wasn't always Andy. I think it was his writer, too. Ardent, mad about the anti-Semitism, no issue with telling the English they can't have their country back, effing liberals. Yeah, Carl is a based Englishman. Yeah, that kind of stuff goes past them because they're very, I think they're very self-hating, the liberals now. You know, it's weird, the arc of the liberals. You know, because I remember the days when they were hippies. They didn't trust the government. You know, the days of don't trust anybody over 30. I wasn't really political then. I was a kid, but I remember those days and just after. And we would hear about them. I had teachers who were that way. And now to see them, they're utterly insane. I mean, they're just insane. It's like each iteration of liberal like clicked up slightly more insane. Ardent, communists always end up eating their own. Yes, that is true. I think it's partly because a great deal of it actually is actual communists taking advantage of liberals and pushing them down a path of this kind of stuff. You know, they've sort of boxed them in with ideology and language. And part of the problem is when they were hippies, They were more carefree. The criticism didn't bother them. It didn't bother anybody, right? So, like in the 70s, when they did an SNL skit and dropped racial slurs, everybody understood that it was a comedy show and it was just comedy. That's all it was. Nobody started a cancel campaign or went, oh, heavens to Betsy, they said the N word on television. No one did that. That was the early Saturday Night Live. That's part of the reason it was so crazy and outrageous. It was nothing. There had been nothing like it on TV. No one tried to parse it using Marxism to say why everybody on the show was racist or anything like that. It was just a bunch of liberals, basically poking fun at society. But what that transformed into is a trap that now they're so woke and they're so progressive, they have to hate their own country in order to be part of their group. Because if they don't, they'll be called all sorts of nasty names, and they can't take that. They would rather decry their own country, basically embrace policies that are somewhat suicidal, or if not completely suicidal, and, just keep going down that path. They don't see any way out. Because to them, the only other alternative is complete ostracization from their group. And that is true. Like, the leftists have become so extreme. Like, if you don't carry the water, you're out. The moment you question even a little bit, you're out. And this really started under Obama, a lot of that. Because you'll notice under Obama, a lot of the people who question Obama's motives were not tolerated, or, they kept touting Obama as, oh, he has a cabinet like Lincoln, a cabinet of rivals, which was total BS. And so you had Dennis Kucinich. He was like the Democrats' Thomas Massey when it came to war. Not so much on the economy, but when it came to war, he was very anti-war. And nobody listened to him. Bernie Sanders sometimes pretended to be that way, but it was an act. He's just a dirty communist, in my view. But Dennis Kucinich was pretty legit. He was genuinely anti-war. And the thanks he got was to be gerrymandered out of his own district and driven out of politics. So he's out of politics, basically. I don't think he's anything anymore. Very strange. And once they sort of cross that Rubicon into you're either with us or against us, that's when most Democrats were in real trouble, because they became more and more afraid of speaking out against their own party because they would be kicked out. Either literally kicked out of the DNC or socially ostracized. And the internet has exacerbated that. So you have all these people, I argue with some of my Democratic relatives, and one of the things they always say is something like, well, my friends all believe this. And it really has nothing to do with the point of the argument, but it's like they're saying, do you see what's at risk here for me? My friends all believe this. And it's like, they don't really outwardly acknowledge, but they're sort of subconsciously acknowledging, like, if I don't believe this, I'm out. I'm out of the group, and my friends will be very upset with me. So that's kind of the trap of being a liberal now. They're stuck in that mode. And the moment they say, yeah, I don't think we should support the Glastonbury Festival, I think they've been hypocrites, they're done. The moment they say, well, there's nothing wrong with flying the flag of Britannia or whatever, they're done. Especially in the UK, where it's way worse. The liberals there most of them are out and out communists. It's very chic to be a communist in the UK, from what I could tell. So JC, half these leftists are going to end up converting to Islam, calling it now. They're going to be full horseshoe theory. Some of them, yeah, some of them, that's already happened in the UK. That has absolutely already happened. Some of the women will do that too, because the reality is some women who become extreme leftist are just lost. They're sort of subconsciously craving for someone to stop them. They really want a daddy with a strong hand to say, no, you can't do that. No, you can't go out. No, none of it. Put on some real clothes. They really want a man to do that. But they're stuck in their liberal feminist ways, and they can't thread the needle anymore. They're like stuck. So if they just keep pushing through, yeah, eventually they would end up at a point where, well, I don't want to be racist. I'm going to date this Muslim. Well, in order to date the Muslim, I'm going to have to wear a hijab or a burqa. Well, I'm going to marry this Muslim. Well, I'm going to have to live like he, and that's how they're just going to get sucked in. But it starts with, well, I don't want to look bad. So yeah, and that's kind of already happened in the UK too. In the United States, I don't think it's nearly as a bad situation. And I think one of the reasons is it comes down to the size of the countries and the space. In the United States, despite Biden's reckless immigration policies and the recent years of pouring in the immigrants here, we actually still have tons and tons of room here. We actually do. Now, a lot of it's undeveloped, a lot of it's owned by the federal government, but we still have tons and tons of room here. That's why, if we do abandon New York and Chicago and the other cities that are just collapsing, we can build new ones still. We could just abandon those places and never go back. So you might get pockets of it. So for instance, Paterson, New Jersey tried to take over the local government there, and they've had some success with the Muslim community, but they tried to institute the call to prayer. I forget what it's called. There's a name for it. It's the wah wah thing, and everybody has to pray. They wanted to play that over the entire city of Paterson. And of course, if you lived in Paterson, that would be no bueno if you were a Muslim, because you'd be, dead asleep, and 4 a.m. that thing goes off, or whenever they get up. They pray 4 times a day. I think 6 a.m. is the early one, right? Isn't it every 6 hours? So I guess they pray at midnight and then they go to bed, or they get up and sleep. I don't know. But yeah, fortunately it got shot down, but it was a razor thin margin. And eventually, when you come to America, you do get Americanized. So a lot of those Muslims will just become fat, lazy, and indolent like everybody else here. They're gonna stop going to mosque. They're just gonna stop going, because it'll be well, I go to mosque. Yeah, I did Ramadan. Yeah, I do it, but I do the big holidays. But eventually, it takes a generation or two, but eventually, yeah, they get too fat and happy. Ardent, probably, yeah. LeMay is here. Hello. Ardent, Blazing Saddles was a 70s flick. Nobody lost their mind over it, or the producers for that matter, I don't think. Well, the one thing that did happen on Blazing Saddles, they started doing focus groups, and they gave Mel Brooks a bunch of changes, so goes the story, and he ignored them, and they somehow released the movie the way it was. But I think they've put in mechanism since, so producers can't do that. Ardent says, hello, LeMay. LeMay, did we go over how terrible Ironheart is? Not yet, but we can do it now. Let's see. I, of course, did not see Ironheart. I wouldn't waste my time. It looked terrible in the trailer. I've watched several of the commentaries, and they pretty much agree it's the worst show ever produced at Marvel because it just makes no sense. You know, Ironheart, it's supposed to be like Black Girl Iron Man, and they put in a bunch of crazy tropes that, you know, you would think a group of racists wrote the show, because she's black and she's totally entitled, and then she steals the Iron Heart suit, and then she breaks it, and then she turns to outright thievery in order to fund her wacky projects, and it's just dumb. The whole show just sounds dumb. The character was not popular in the comics at all. You know, it was just more message stuff from Disney. And to my mind, again, part of what I heard went on at Disney, and I'm not sure it's stopped yet. My sense is it's kind of stopped, but not really, because I think there was a recent project they said this too. They tell the creative teams, don't read the comics, don't watch previous shows. Like, that's the strategy. And the idea is, we want your voice. We don't want the voice of people in the past, which is stupid, because you could give me a project like that and say, write it in your own voice, but I still got to know what happened in the past so I can make the character make sense. Even if I'm going to change him, I have to explain the change, right? When Luke Cage went from Sweet Christmas, kind of 70s dude, and then they made him a modern black guy with a bald head, there should have been some sort of story where that happened. Shouldn't just show up with a bald head and say, hey, now I'm a modern black guy now. Should have been a process where, like, you know, why am I wearing this wacky outfit? You know what? I think I'm going to get my head shaved today. Like, stuff like that. That's kind of interesting to see for the fans, number one. But no, Marvel Comics, I believe, and I think this is still the strategy at Disney. They say, don't watch or read anything. We want to hear your voice. As if magically your talent, which they hire based on a lot of DEI initiatives, as we've seen, you know, they don't have any experience to draw from. Even if they're good at what they do, they're just lost. How are they going to integrate it with anything? The Marvel Universe has a theme within the entire universe too, over the comics. And that theme is superheroes. And superheroes are supposed to be good. They're not supposed to steal from people. If they steal, you maybe could justify it by saying, well, they're going to be like Robin Hood and they're only going to steal from, like, criminals. They're only going to steal from people who we already established are morally reprehensible. Or they're in such a bad situation, they have to steal. The Ironheart character has not been presented that way at all, from the clips and the stuff I've seen. She is entitled. She got a 4-year ride to MIT. She's a Mary Sue who's great at everything and bad at nothing, and yet she has to steal. Yet she's a genius. But she has to steal because she doesn't have any money. But she's a genius. I know a genius. His name's Elon Musk. He's got plenty of money. How'd that happen? Oh, right. He's a genius. You know what geniuses do? Whatever they want, because they're super smart. And they can make money. They can make money and do the other genius stuff. Tony Stark did it. They all did it. But the people who wrote the show can't figure that out, apparently. And then there's a bunch of virtue signaling nonsense. Mephisto's in it, apparently. Sacha Baron Cohen as Mephisto. And part of the plot is she eventually rebuilds her stolen armor and then steals some of the magic. So there's magic in the armor too. It's dumb, stupid. And she works for a guy called the Hood, who is working for Mephisto. And there's a bunch of other characters who've been... There's two characters who used to be aliens. Now they're two lesbians. It's like, it couldn't be more woke. There's a drag queen. He was a character in a comic called Slug, and he kind of looked like a human version of a slug. Now he's a drag queen. I mean, just take your pick of how awful the show is. It's just unwatchable. Victor von Doomcock watched it. He only watched the first 6 minutes, and he made his video, and he said, I don't think I could watch much more, but I'll let you know in the next video. That's how bad the show is. It made him so angry, like he could only watch 6 minutes of it. I refuse to watch it because I'm not paying for Disney Plus. No way. No way I would give Disney a dime of my money these days. I'm sorry, I've missed a million chats here. Hold on. Ardent, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm wondering if Spaceballs 2 isn't to test the waters for new Blazing Saddles sort of film satirizing the politically correct crowd. I can hope, I guess. Unfortunately, I sincerely doubt that. Josh Gad is working on it. He's pretty woke. JC, there's the one prawn star I follow. She converted to Islam earlier this year. I don't know about that, but Mia Khalifa, wasn't she like, she was in Prawn, but I don't think she converted, or did she? Did she convert? Was she the one you're talking about? Or was she already Muslim? I don't think they like her. Ardent, don't forget to smack the like button. Thank you, Ardent. JC, and don't forget to buy my books and my t-shirts. JC, USA is getting taken over by Hispanics. Europe is being taken over by Arabs. Well, the thing is, again, we're a big country. We're not being taken over by Hispanics. Not really. There are a lot of Hispanics here, but they're still a smaller portion of the population. Now, the projection out was in 20 years, we would be minorities in our own country. But how's that going today? Yeah, that's stopping. So it's all it takes. And now everybody's worried about the population and all that kind of happy horse ass. You don't know what's going to happen. And, you know, I have no problem with any of these ethnic groups. Europe, however, is a different story. Part of the problem with Europe, number one, they have open borders. Dumb. Number two, the various wars we keep starting and they keep starting, you know, together, create refugees which can walk to their countries. See, they can't walk to the U.S. They got to get on a boat or a plane or whatever. So that makes it a lot harder to get here. The only people that are coming here or most of the people that are coming here are walking. So, yeah, I mean, if you get a plane over to Canada, you can walk across the border, or you get a plane to Mexico, you can walk across, or you used to be able to walk across the border. Good luck walking across that border now. So, the big thing here, though, is the deterrents are up. So, in other words, it's not worth to come here anymore, because you have to spend a lot of money getting smuggled into this country. And most people who need to make the trip for economic purposes are doing it as an investment. So when you pay the coyotes, let's say $2,000 to smuggle you across the Mexican border, you're going to make that money back in, I don't know, 2 months, 3 months, right? So 2 or 3 months, you'll be even with the coyotes. You'll be sending money home, or maybe you already saved it. But that's a lot of money for somebody sneaking across the border to work construction here or pick fruit or whatever. That's a lot of money. Now, they could raise it, but they can't afford to lose that money, right? You can't afford to spend $3,000 going all the way across the border just to get deported, because you don't have another $3,000 to go back. So with the disincentives on, a lot of people are just saying, ooh, I can't go across the border now. That ain't going to work unless you find a cheap way to do it. Now, there are other ways. If you can get on a plane and, you know, get a fake passport or whatever, maybe you can make it in here again, do your gig, and walk back across the border. but that seems pretty unlikely in the current situation. So what happens to those people now is they look for a different country to go to. And I hear Canada's pretty wide open. So if you can sneak into Canada, and Canada's pretty willing to accept anybody, but again, like you can't, it's harder to sneak into Canada from Mexico. Maybe you could get in a boat and go what up the coast, but it seems like it would be a long trip. But maybe guys are doing it. There might be enough money in it. And you could even go, sneak into Canada and then walk back into the United States because the northern border isn't that secure yet. But again, we're a big country. Europe's countries are small and they were kind of crowded to begin with. So with everybody walking in, and you have a different sort of system with the, here, there was a lot of paperwork to get on the dole. It wasn't until recently that places like New York City and, the whole sanctuary state thing kicked in, and where every blue Democrat was suddenly in vogue. Oh, I've taken in refugees. Oh, I've taken in more than you. I've given them $1,000 a month. Well, I've given them 4-star hotel rooms. That's the sort of contest that was going on. That's all being torn to pieces. It's still going on in Europe. It's still going on in the UK. They're still giving money to refugees. They're still doing it here, but everybody's being flagged for it now. There was some of that in the big, beautiful bill, by the way, which people are extremely upset by. And I'm not sure why it was there and how it wasn't torn out. It might have been something that, I don't know, they couldn't get it out or they had to cut a deal because some of these programs you can't eliminate the year you want to eliminate them in something. I don't know. Or it could have just been an oversight. I kind of think it was just the bill's just too big and eventually they said, F it, pass it. But we'll see. It may not matter in 10 years if the economy is booming so big that nobody cares. We're back in the 80s. Gas is $1. Everybody's got money and jobs, and nobody gives an F. And immigrants aren't pouring over the border. Sorry, another rant. I'm very ranty tonight. Ardent, Canada is filling up with Jeets. I don't know what Jeets are. Are you talking about Indian people? Ardent, 5 times a day. JC, isn't it 7 times a day? Ardent, Muezzin is Islamic call to prayer. Oh yeah, that's kind of it. LeMay, it is 5. Ardent used to hang out with a bad Muslim. The only thing he did was pray 5 times a day. Loved his bacon cheeseburgers. That is a bad Muslim. JC, Luke Cage costume was whack. Sweet Christmas. I loved his costume. I wanted to see Power Man and Iron Fist TV show in the 70s, but they didn't make it. Ardent, there was a scene in the Cage show where he had the classic costume and said, Sweet Christmas was a good sort of moment. I did see that one. It was when they put him, it's when he gets his powers in the show. They put him in a crazy chamber that gives him his powers, and they put the headband on him and the cuffs because that's part of the, isn't that like part of the process? And then the rest of the costume just happened to be the clothes he was wearing they get changed a little bit, something like that. And then he breaks out and he's wearing it, and I was like, yeah. Sweet Christmas. LeMay, in their twisted reasoning, she was justified in stealing from the megacorps and for being an underprivileged youth. Did you say youth? Ute. JC, they always end up writing Riri as a villain by mistake and have everyone around her pretending like she's a hero. It's so tiresome. LeMay, demon-powered suit. Oh, crazy. That doesn't make any sense. I'm against that, as you know, because the Pineys wouldn't tolerate that. JEC, if they just leaned into her being a villain, or at least an anti-hero, she'd be a million times more interesting and relatable. Yeah, they can't do that because they're woke-tarded. They can't write. Because what they start with is, oh, we have a black girl as the lead character. That's nothing. You haven't written anything when you say that. That's not what you start with. You start with, well, what's the story? Who is this character? And when you concentrate on, like, well, you know, she has a size 6 shoe, like, that doesn't mean anything. Who is this person? But you're right. JEC, this was a Japanese girl. Rolando G is here. Hello, Rolando. I think Brad Pitt is overrated. I will not see F1. Well, I respect your decision, Rolando. JEC, Ray Lil Black was the girl who converted. Oh, I don't know who that is. Ardent, refugees in Canada get $80K a year? Pensioners get less than 20. Well, that's terrible. I may, however, become a refugee in Canada. You know, to get $80K, and then I'll come back here. Well, wait, that's $80K Canadian. I don't know how much that is in real money. Rolando G. JEC, what's up with all the hype with F1? Brad is not heartthrob anymore. He's acting like he's a young man in that movie. This movie F1 would have been good if Brad was still in his early 30s. Well, Rolando, will you see? They're doing a spin-off of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood focusing on the Brad Pitt character. You know, the character that beat up Bruce Lee. And apparently Quentin Tarantino had a longer scene where he really beats the hell out of him. And it was considered controversial. I didn't care. Who cares? The whole movie's fiction. Yeah, Bruce Lee is in it, but he's not the real Bruce Lee. JEC, it's like $60K. That's still pretty good. I still could use that money. Will they give me a whole wad of cash and I could leave the first day? Because that would be important. And do I get free maple syrup for a while? I mean, I assume there's a free maple syrup deal when you become a Canadian temporarily. You're a refugee. Do you get a like a syrup ration? Or you just go to the nearest tree and, like, tap it? Ardent, LOL, at current exchange, it's about $60K. Yeah, at JEC, beat me to it. That's a shame. That's a shame. You guys got to get to the States. Things are happening here. You guys should have came earlier. Or you can fill out the paperwork now, I guess. I mean, I don't know how long it takes. What else? Oh, the Diddy trial reached its explosive conclusion as defense asked jury to summon that courage to acquit Sean Combs. I don't know. I don't think that's happening, but the prosecutor dropped a bunch of charges against him. It seems like a weak case now. JC, is Tarantino's last movie supposed to be a spin off of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? No, he's not going to direct it. I think he's just writing a screenplay to that one. Rolando G. Hey, thank you for having me. Having me rant. I like Brad Pitt when he does more character acting. No disrespect to him, though. I was a fan, especially with Inglourious Bastards. Diddy Man, that case is crazy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they really proved much as part of the problem. He did commit crimes, though. But I'm not sure. Like, Jeremy of the Quartering seems to think he had a summary where he said, well, according to RICO, you only have to prove 2 crimes, and they've already proven like 3. And I don't think they have. But, you know, it sounds complicated, overly complicated. It's like they're trying to charge him on too many crimes, and now they've just dropped a bunch of them. that's got to be confusing to the jury. But who knows what's going on behind the scenes. I strongly suspect that if Sean Diddy Combs has the network, and I suspect that he does, he is bribing the hell out of people not to convict him. And all he needs to do is get to one or two jury members, and I think he might get out. I don't think he should. I think he's probably guilty as F. At least sexual assault and assault. The drugs, certainly. Weapons charges. The RICO stuff, I guess. I don't know. I don't think they really got him crossing state lines with, like, a hooker, but he hired a lot of hookers, that's for sure. Seems to me if they just charged him with all his crimes, like, why did they let him commit so many crimes for so long without investigating him? I mean, it seemed pretty obvious he had been committing crimes for forever. Like, literally forever. But whatever. I don't think he's going to be acquitted. I think he's going to be charged with some things at least. But who knows? I don't know why they kept harping on the baby oil, though. It just seemed like, okay, like the first time it was like, okay, got a lot of baby oil. And then it was like every other day, look at all the baby oil. Okay, we get it. He had sex constantly. I mean, he didn't want to chafe. Rolando G, screenwriter rant. I just rather see Brad Pitt do a character change like he's playing safe characters. I liked him in Burn After Reading. I love that character. He's really good in that role when he's dancing. I didn't like Inglourious Bastards. He's good in it, but I really wanted to see the Inglourious Bastards tear across Germany, killing their bad guys from Germany, but they just really didn't do many of those scenes. They spent half the movie talking about that theater chick. JC, hung jury, here we go again. Oh, that would be terrible. But possible if Diddy could bribe people for a hung jury, I think yeah. JC, I don't think Burn After Reading was very funny. I thought Brad was funny in it. I think John Malkovich's melting down was pretty funny. It wasn't meant to be a comedy. It was more to just be like a amusing Coen Brothers thing. I liked it. Jake Paul beats Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. by unanimous decision in 10-round fight. Tells doubters to shut the F up after win. No, I don't think you've ever won a fight, Jake Paul. I think you bribe people to fight. I definitely don't think you beat Mike Tyson. I think if you had offered the money this way, Mike Tyson, I'm going to give you $5 million, but I'll give you $10 million if you knock me out. I think Mike Tyson would have knocked you out on the first round. I think Mike Tyson was paid to lose. But that's just my opinion. He needed the money, so I think. I mean, that's the vibe I get from the various interviews. JC, it was meant to be a comedy, LOL, a black comedy, but it was just kind of a downer. I don't know. I kind of liked it. The Comeback returns. Lisa Kudrow. Ugh. How does she keep getting comedies? Speaking of not comedies, for season 3 of HBO comedy series. You ought to put that word comedy in quotes in that headline, Variety. Lisa Kudrow as the character in Time Bandits was a crime against Time Bandits. And that was the last straw for Taika Waititi for me. He is off my list of people I would trust to do anything now. JC, he wins but he fights broken down old MMA fighters and makes them box, which they're not trained for. Iron Mike was trained. He looked good in the training, but I think he threw the fight. Rolando G. JC, I really liked Brad Pitt portrayed a simpleton. It was hilarious to me, especially Frances McDormand character. She was good too. JC, Tyson was at death's door in the hospital 4 months before the match. That's what they said. I don't know how real it was, though. He still looked good. I still think he would have beat Jake Paul. But what happened was, I just don't think, he was incentivized to win. I think had he been incentivized to win, he would have won. Vin Diesel teases Paul Walker's character could return for Fast and Furious 11. You're going to really resurrect him from the grave using AI, Vin? That seems distasteful. But I don't care. I'm not going to see your stupid movie. I haven't seen any of the Fast and Furious movies. I'm proud to say. They all look stupid. I don't care. I don't care what you think of me. I'm taking a stand. Here's my line in the stand. Fast and Furious movies look stupid. They look dumb as F. I don't even like the stunts in them, really. JC, Tyson looked good in select 5-second clips of him sparring. It's true. Who knows? Yeah, I think that would be terrible. But I think all the Fast and Furious movies are just dumb. Olivia Rodrigo brings out the Cure's Robert Smith at Glastonbury. Robert Smith, Robert Smith, Robert Smith. The guys from South Park really like Robert Smith. Rolando G. Screenwriter rant. Your thoughts on John Berthal's The Punisher? I really wanted Thomas Jane. Anyway, they're going to put him with Tom Holland's Spider-Man. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, he looks the part. I always think of him as Shane in The Walking Dead, but he does look the part. My problem with Bernthal is some of his interviews sound a little woke, and what Marvel's done to the Punisher character is a crime against comics. But they've kind of reintroduced him again and undone some of the damage. I'm not sure why they... Well, I kind of know why. The woke-tards at Marvel apparently thought it was terrible that cops and military guys like to use the Punisher symbol. So they changed the symbol. They ruined the character in the comics. And then they cast him in the Purgatory. It was really just the dumbest thing ever. Let me reiterate for the umpteenth time. Everybody at Marvel Comics should be fired. I make an offer again, Disney. You don't have to pay me, but I would fire everybody at Marvel Comics for you if you need somebody to fire them. I know you never will, unless there's a major change at Disney, but if you need somebody to fire people, I will fire. You don't have to pay me. I'll do it over Zoom, but I will be happy to fire everybody at Marvel Comics. But I have to be able to fire all of them. And I have to be able to see them cry. Because that would make me very happy. And I would like to videotape it and show it to other people because I'm pretty sure they would be happy to watch them cry. Rolando G. Yeah, woke-tards at Marvel are ridiculous. That's why I lost faith in Marvel Comics. They've been going downhill for a long time. Corporate comics were always no bueno. The only time they were great was when nobody cared about them. And they only sort of cared about the money. But, it was not a lot of money, but some. And now their characters, they're too important. So they're caught up in this massive corporate conglomeration. And they'll never be free. They'll never be good, in my view. Every once in a while, they'll sign on some talent, and maybe you'll get a miniseries here and there that's pretty decent, but the only way it would be good again is if you had a Trumpian figure who came into Disney, cleaned out all the woke tards, and then put in an equally Trumpian figure to run Marvel Comics. And then it had a budget, but for the most part, corporate left it alone. And just, they would, as long as they made money, they'd be fine with it. And if you ran it like that, it could be good again. You know? And random stuff would percolate at Marvel, and some of it would turn into movies and TV shows, and a lot of it wouldn't, but that would be fine. You know, it would still be their R&D division for their comics and superheroes and such, but that's when it was good. But it was a lot more random, and it was a lot more, you know, based in publishing. Nobody's really publishing anything anymore. Part of the problem is nobody reads. Rolando G, screenwriter, you're right, would like you to do that at Marvel. I would sincerely love that. Oh, I think a lot of people would. I think a lot of people. It's very hard to get young men to read these days. And that is because publishing, starting in about, probably starting in the late 80s, early 90s, women started taking over publishing. And by the 2000s, the books were done. The books had been almost completely taken over by women. Either women were running it, or they were on the verge of running it, or they were all the editors. And part of the reason that was there was a lot of money in making books for women. It's a big market. I'm not knocking it. I'm not saying you shouldn't service that market. But in that process of chasing that market, which is larger than the men's market, they abandoned men. They abandoned them. And they made more money by doing that. Like if you were doing, you know, trade paperbacks for men, and you were doing like James Bond types characters and, you know, other stuff, you made more money when you switched over to the women's market. Because women read more. Now they read more crap, I would argue. And they read a lot of stupid romances that mean nothing. But women tend to have more free time. They just do. Housewives, moms, they have more free time. Now, if you ask them that, they'll tell you they don't. And that they're super busy. But they do read. And I can't remember the last time I finished a book. But women just have more time. And they have a different way of looking at the world. Part of their world is, oh, I need some me time now. I need to go to the beach and read some books or whatever. Like, they make time for that. Men don't do that for various reasons. Let's not go into the whole thing. But you can get men to read if you have at least a slightly smaller division to appeal to men. But you can't let women run it. Mostly, it has to be run by men. And the books have to be for men. And those are different than the books for women. The women books are focus on relationships and, you know, things that women like. Shoes and clothes and description of clothes and people getting married and holidays and family and all these things. Guys don't want any of that in their books. That's boring to them. They want action. They want dialogue because it's like quicker to read than description. They want to know how hot the chick is. They want to know, you know, who the dude's killing or why, and they want to see the character accomplish things. There has to be gains because they're living vicariously through the characters, and men want to succeed. So if they see a successful character doing all this stuff, they feel like they're living vicariously through that character. Women have a different, they're wired differently. So they want different stories. But you need men's literature too. And because we've had years and years of women just taking over all the media, a lot of men are just checked out of it. They're just like, that's a waste of time. So it's really hard to get young men to read. Really hard. I speak from experience because I want them to read my books. And once in a while they do, and they go, oh, my nephew loves your book. He loves them. Women like my books too. A lot of women read my books, and I'm not knocking them, but I'm just saying they want different things. Rolando G. Screenwriter rant. It's all sincerely really not good that even Star Wars Disney, because they still want Kathleen Kennedy. And I do get about the publishing women do have more time to read. Exactly, that's my kind of novel. Yes, the action. Yeah, and that distinction, I've dealt with some of the female editors, and some of them can't make that distinction. They go, no. They're just stubborn, man. I said, men don't want this story. Men do not want this story. And they go, no, it'll be fine. This is what we want. And I go, okay. When you get people in positions of power and they think they can dictate the audience, that's always a big problem. And that's part of the problem with the studios. They think they can dictate what you like. They come to you with these MCU projects. See, you love the Thunderbolts, don't you? Oh, wait, no one loved the Thunderbolts? Oh, forget it. Forget about the Thunderbolts. Here's something else. Here's the Fantastic Four. You love the Fantastic Four. And you're going to love the new female Silver Surfer. No, they're not going to love it. Anybody could tell you that who read Marvel Comics. Now, that's not just all men and women, but a lot of it is because they've tried to force a square peg in a round hole. Marvel Comics was for boys and men. Now they're trying to make it for women. Women go to movies for different reasons. They want to see about relationships. I was talking to my girlfriend last night about seeing movies, and she starts talking about this movie, and I'm trying to think of what it was. It turns out it was Terms of Endearment. And as soon as she told me that, I go, wait a minute, that's that sad movie with Deborah Winger and she dies of cancer or something. She goes, yeah, there are sad parts, but there's this funny part in the beginning and it's blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to see a depressing movie about cancer patients. And she was saying how, like, she loves to watch movies where she's bawling her eyes out. And I'm like, I don't want to see a movie like that. Like, why would I want to see that? Who wants to see a sad movie? I said there's a very short list of movies I want to see that are sad. Like Children of Men is a sad movie. That's a really good movie. I like that movie, but the list is short. I want to see fun. I want to see comedies. But, comedies are more for men. Men make comedies. Women, they'll see comedies. It's not like it's night and day. It's not like they hate everything men like, but they see things for different reasons. A lot of women like to go with their boyfriend or husband because they like to support their boyfriend or husband. It doesn't matter what movie they're seeing. They're just happy to be, like, supportive. And they're happy to go. That's just the way it is. So they'll happily sit through an action movie that they're not particularly interested in because their boyfriend's having such a good time. And God bless them, they're nurturing that way. That's like a nurturing instinct of women. Guys are not like that. If guys are sitting through a boring, sad movie, they're gonna be like, "Oh, what the hell is this?" Oh, you don't like it? No. She's dying of cancer. Why am I watching this? They're just not gonna, they're gonna be complaining. Now they might suffer through it for the girl, because guys will do that too, but it's different. It's just different the way we do things. So, yeah, you can make some sad movies. Mostly women will see them. Men will see some of them too. But, you can't stop making the men movies, and that's kind of what they've done. Rolando G. And with the Fantastic Four new one, Pedro Pascal is getting emasculated as Mr. Fantastic, and Sue Storm actress Vanessa Kirby is boss of the group. And yeah, it's still woke, that new Fantastic Four. Oh yeah, Terms of Endearment. Oh, many mother was all over that movie. Mm-hmm. Ah, I'm sure. I'm sure it won an Oscar. It's like when now they're putting what's the name, Scarlett Johansson in the Jurassic Park movies. Like, if you wanted men to go see that movie, you know, Scarlett Johansson would have to get super buff so she could wear a bikini, and then she'd be in a bikini the whole movie and maybe lose her top halfway through. Like, that would be a movie I'd be like all over that movie. What? Oh yeah, Scarlett Johansson loses her top halfway through the movie. I'd be like, going to that. But that's not going to happen. It's going to be Scarlett Johansson showing everybody how she's the boss and how the men nearly screw up everything. You stupid men. It's the same thing with the Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic, you're a genius. Are you going to save the world? Well, I don't know. Let me ask my wife. And Sue Storm is, yes, honey, we're saving the world. Let me speak. I'm the woman. The weird thing is, they put the women in charge in a lot of these movies, and they still somehow complain they're oppressed. But yeah, I think the Fantastic Four is going to be a disaster. It looks terrible. Hollywood has never really understood comics. After all this time, like during the first phase of Marvel, I was like pleasantly surprised how good the movies were. And believe me, I was very anti-Disney, but I was like, these movies are good. How the hell did they manage this? And the answer is Josh Whedon and the Russo brothers and a couple other people. But now, even though they're bringing back the Russo brothers, I don't think it's going to work. Because the corporate guys seem to be pretty insistent to ruin everything. So, I don't know what their deal is. Part of it's the ESG stuff, I think. Part of it is just literal communist infiltration by the Chinese. I think it's mostly the Chi-Coms who are trying to destroy our movies so they can take over Hollywood. And they just recently had their first, allegedly, billion-dollar movie. Actually, it made $2 billion. That cartoon, Niza 2. And I think they want to be the guys who, if they can't dictate what the hit movies are, they certainly want to be influential in them. And with their market share, they are already very influential. I mean, Hollywood was remaking parts of Iron Man 3 to show a different version in China. So if you remember the plot to Iron Man 3, the president was in trouble. And I believe Tony Stark in one scene puts the armor on the president to save him, I think. If I'm remembering correctly. Anyhow, and that was directed by Shane Black, who I love. There was a bunch of scenes that you didn't get to see that includes a Chinese character who I think helps Tony Stark. And I think that was only shown in China. Am I remembering this correctly? I think I am. And so there's a whole different sequence. Now, I'm not sure if the president's in it, if he gets swapped out, but yeah, there's a whole Chinese character that helps Tony Stark, and you don't get to see that version here. I mean, I'm sure it exists somewhere, but that was to specifically cater to the Chinese market, so they did a completely different cut of the movie. But that didn't work out when China decided to screw with Hollywood when they did The Legends of the Five Rings, Shang-Chi, whatever that movie was. And the Chinese were just like, no, we don't want to show that stupid movie in our theaters. And Disney was like, oh, F, we made that movie for you guys. I think that was an FU to Disney. And, you know, part of the process of the Chinese messing with the movie distribution so they could kick Disney down a few more pegs. And they tried to push their own movies. They pushed some sort of Chinese version of Top Gun, but it was really low rent and it didn't work out. And nobody wants to see a Chinese military movie here. So I think they really want to get in the movie business but they haven't quite figured it out yet. AI may give them that chance. I don't know. But in the meantime, Hollywood should be ignoring these guys, and I think they're too burrowed. They burrowed too deep into the studio system. So the Chinese either have Chinese nationals working within the system, or they have Chinese nationals who are cutouts, who are using cutouts to manipulate people within the studio to mess up their projects or steer them in certain ways. That's already happened with the New York state government. Kathy Hochul's, I think one of her campaign managers got arrested and is being tried for selling state secrets to China. And she was a Chinese national, I believe. You got Eric Swalwell, of course. You've got, what's her face? Dianne Feinstein's limo driver was a Chinese spy. And there was a second one in Hochul's office, I think. So you got them in our government. You certainly got them in corporate America. But how can Disney root these guys out? The only way would be to, first off, fire all the woke idiots who would object to it. And secondly, fire anybody who's a Chinese national or has close ties to China. And I think they have to do that. I think they definitely have to fire and probably kick out of the country most Chinese nationals here. I don't think they should be allowed to come here unless their intent is to become a U.S. citizen and abandon communism. Because the Chinese Communist Party can at any time call upon them to sabotage things in this country. So imagine you're, I don't know, a Chinese businessman and you come over here and you're just doing business. You're not up to any no good. You're just literally here to buy screws for your company and bring them back to China or something. Whatever Chinese businessmen do. I don't know. And then you get here and the Chinese government contacts you and says, listen, we need you to, I don't know, poison a water supply and kill 100,000 people in America and give them all, I don't know, some disease. And he goes, oh, I don't want to do that. That would be terrible. And they say, well, your family's back in China. We're all going to put them in a gulag. And in fact, we'll probably torture them to death. And we'll do the same to all your friends and neighbors, unless you do what we tell you. And then you're like, okay, where do I spread the poison exactly? So, now that's just, my speculation, but we had an awful lot of suspicious train derailments that nobody seems to be able to explain. LeMay, another spy got caught smuggling in a crop destroying fungus. Oh, I forgot about those guys. Yeah, that was straight up sabotage right there. So, these are just the people they caught. The estimate is 1.1 million spies in the West. That's a lot of people. That's too many people. That doesn't even count the ones that snuck in here across the border when Biden was running the show. So you got to just extradite them all. Now, I'm not talking about Chinese people who are American, of course. I'm talking about Chinese nationals, people who are citizens of China. Let me be clear on that. If you're a Chinese American, well, you're an American, obviously. But if you're a Chinese national, you don't really have any power over your own life. So, it's not that I think you're evil. It's just that you can be used by your government to do terrible things. So, I think you need to be extradited, out of the country. I think you need to be sent home. Not arrested, just go home. I don't think we're at that point yet. There's some rumblings about it. I think the Trump administration should do something like that. Now, the woke tards will probably say, oh, it's racist, it's xenophobic. I think you need to do this. I think we need to do it for national security until the Chinese aren't communist. And then anybody we do let into the country, and it should be a very small amount of nationals, probably has to be monitored or not given access to certain things. You know, especially in government, especially near military bases. So we got a real problem. They're letting Chinese nationals buy land near military bases in this country. It's utterly insane. Utterly insane. Now, that's just the important stuff that the Chinese want to screw around with. Now imagine what they're doing to Disney if they really want to get in the movie business, and I believe they do. It doesn't take much to ruin a project, you know? How hard is it to prey on the ego of some actor and say, oh, they don't want you to do that fight scene? I think they don't think you're young enough to do that fight scene, Brad Pitt. Maybe you ought to push back and call your agent. I mean, it doesn't take much to push the buttons of people in Hollywood. So, I would say, what is this headline? Make James Bond an alcoholic, a drug addict. He hates women. Matthew Good's really dark 007 pitch got him dropped from Casino Royale editions. An alcoholic, a drug addict, he hates women? That's too much. Yeah, that's not my Bond. Maverick 77 Defender is here. Hi. Hi, Maverick. Welcome. Maverick is Top Gun. Let's see. All right, moving on to Dick Van Dyke dropped out of a fan event. Wife explains it was not a good day for him. He's 99. They're worried that he's finally given up the ghost. But there was a bit of good news in terms of celebrity health, anyway. Scott Adams, and this was very recently announced on X. Scott Adams, who creator of Dilbert, who does his podcast every day. Really good, by the way. You should watch it. Coffee with Scott Adams. Maverick. Should they make a female James Bond movie? James Bond 008? No. No. They wouldn't make it right anyway. She'd be a girl boss and everybody would hate it. Even the women would hate that. No. Absolutely not. You could make a side character female and, you know, throw her in for Bond to have sex with and then she goes off on her own, but no. They could maybe do it if they did it right. And the way to do it right would be to make her very, very female. You would have to make her super sexy and all that good stuff. Maverick, heard they want Tom Holland as James Bond. Yeah, he's too small and skinny and young looking. Don the Second in here. What's going on, peeps? That's rap lingo for the rest of you. I know it because I'm hip. All right. Before I rant about James Bond, because that gets long for me, let me tell you about Scott Adams real quick. So Scott Adams has cancer, terminal cancer, if you don't know. And apparently he was in such pain, he was going to self-delete today. That's how much pain he was in. But then he was taking a drug, and apparently, I didn't know this, it blocks your testosterone, and testosterone tends to feed cancer, or at least his cancer. And because they did that, his pain was gone completely. And now he believes he's going to live another 1 or 2 years. And he's not going to self-delete anymore. So that was pretty good news today. All right, let me get back to my James Bond rant, because I will rant about James. This is going to be a 6-hour podcast now that you asked me about James Bond. Maverick 77. What is the best female spy movie? The Long Kiss Goodnight by Gina Davis. That is a great one. I love that one. I heard Atomic Blonde is very good, but I still haven't seen it. It's kind of on my list. Charlize Theron, though, she is whacked. Don the Second, Black Widow, Hippity Hop. She was the hottest one in that first movie when they introduced her. Maverick, Black Widow sucked. Don the Second, dang. Yeah, Black Widow, the movie didn't really work out too well, but the Black Widow character, when she was first introduced, super hot. Maverick 77, people should be allowed to self-delete. Yeah, unless they're mentally ill. Then it's a bit of a gray area. Because you have people who want to self-delete who are just messed up in the head and they need help. And letting them self-delete is no bueno in my book. You can't let, for instance, depressed teenagers self-delete. Don the Second. I've only seen Goldfinger, to be honest. Need to catch up on Bond films. That's a great one, though. Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. Love that movie. Love that movie. Ardent. Atomic Blonde is not worth it to pay for film. I suspect it. It's pretty old. I'll probably catch it on streaming. Ardent. That Bridget Fonda one, No Way Out with Gabriel Byrne, was a good La Femme Nikita knockoff. No Way Out with Kevin Costner was pretty good. That's kind of a spy movie, but it's not really a female one. What you need in a female James Bond is not what James Bond does, right? You gotta approach it like a female would approach it. How would a female assassinate people? She'd sex them up and then kill them the moment their back was turned. And she wouldn't have sex with them because it's different, right? Like, it's cool if Bond has sex with hot chicks. It's not cool if all the female Bond does is whore herself out to every guy just to kill him. It'd be cooler if she just, oh, wait in the bath, darling. I'll be there in a minute. Pim, pim, pim. So it's kind of a different animal if you're going to do female James Bond. And it's not quite the same. It's never going to be the same. But you could do your own version of it. But the best thing to do would be to do a good Bond film, introduce a female character as a supporting character, maybe, and then maybe spin it off if the character was popular. If. But, they are trying to plan these out. So, I believe they introduced Ana de Armas in one of the Wick movies, right? And then, because I think it was the plan to spin off Ballerina. And how did that work out? Not so well. Because Ballerina was okay. The character was okay, but it wasn't like the fans were demanding her own film. If you had a situation in which you introduce side characters, like I have characters in the Pineys, some of the fans have said, ooh, why don't you do a book with this character? That's a reason to do other stories with the side characters, like spin-offs or whatever. If you don't have that energy, there's no reason to do it. There's not enough, fan energy for that. Not enough fan demand. There's not enough demand for it. So they should do James Bond. Again, set it back in the Cold War. Leave them there, drinking whiskey, smoking cigarettes, banging chicks, and killing spies. You can have bad guys. You can talk about politics because it'll be politics of the early to mid 60s and no one will care about it. The problem with putting Bond in the modern day is nobody in Hollywood wants to have him kill, for instance, Chinese spies, because if they kill Chinese spies and make them the bad guys, the Chinese will never distribute the movie. If you make the North Koreans bad guys, nobody will ever believe it. You could throw in the Russians, but they're not. The real bad guys right now, if you're going to do international guys moving and shaking and base it off of real politics, would be the Chinese. They have the resources, but James Bond isn't Chinese, so you're going to have to write the story in such a way that he could be in it. Another problem is the real politics of the UK right now is totally effed and totally communist. So I'm not sure how much you could even do it without addressing all that. And they just don't want to do that. Hollywood is so woke, it makes them incredibly dishonest because they don't want to make certain politicians and certain ideologies look bad. So they'll only make certain people bad guys and only make certain people good guys. And that it's like putting chains on your ideas. They can't work. I put Chinese spies in book 13 of the Pineys, and a bunch of them get whacked. What the hell do I care? And I made them bad. They're bad. They are bad people in the book. By the way, the Pineys, book 13. So you got to be able to do that, or nobody will believe it. Maverick. Angelina Jolie has made a few good spy movies. All right, name one. Salt? I don't know, man. That didn't look great. I didn't see it. I saw parts of it, and I kind of tuned out. Storebang. I think Elliot Page would make a great transgender James Bond. That would be pretty funny if they did a transgender James Bond. Maverick wanted Angelina Jolie. She's not really a spy in that, but she's okay. She could do it. She's getting kind of long in the tooth to do it. She's not as action oriented. She kind of was on the cusp of being an action hero, but I wrote a screenplay actually for a female spy protagonist, and yeah, I mean, I wrote it with a female in mind. Like, it was a female character doing the spy stuff. That's the way you do it. You have to design it that way. Don the Second, movies with the best female lead? Whew. I gotta think about that. Maverick, I love Natalie Portman as in Leon as a kid female spy assassin. You mean The Professional, but yeah. Leon the Professional, I think it's called, right? Yeah, Leon the Professional, 1994. Continuing, the best thing James Bond saved us from was drinking water, the most important and precious resource on Earth. Quantum of Solace was about drinking water. I know, it is the worst James Bond movie ever made. I hate Quantum of Solace. I wrote, it must have been like a 5-page rant before I was really doing a lot of videos. I ranted the F out about Quantum of Solace. I think I did eventually make a video about it. I hate that movie. It made me so angry. But I'm still trying to think of a best female lead. Make Bond villain a Canadian Chinese immigrant who works in a biolab smuggling pathogens out of China? Too unbelievable? Yeah, it's not like it was in the news last year or anything. Yeah, they'll never make that movie. They wouldn't want to make the Canadians look bad. They wouldn't want to make the Chinese look bad. So what they'll do is they'll say, oh, make it a North Korean. But that's not realistic. The North Koreans wouldn't do that. They don't have the technology, and they just wouldn't do it because it would be suicide for them to do it. Because the United States would lose its damn mind and bomb it into the Stone Age. Ardent, LOL, I'm just glad they never spun off a Helen Mirren Red movie. Maverick, assassin/spy movies blur the lines. Don the Second, Kill Bill. That's a pretty good movie. Uma Thurman's pretty good in that. Best female lead. Wow. Let's go to the IMDb. Let's see if we can call up a list so I can get some ideas here. Best female, I'll say action movie. Oh, you know, Ripley in Aliens. Ripley in Alien. That would be in my top list. Maverick, Monsters vs. Aliens is the best female-led movie, or Legally Blonde. First off, Aliens, Monsters vs. Aliens? I don't even know what that movie is. Legally Blonde, she's okay. Zebek's Demise says Battle Angel. You spelled it Battle Angle though, but I'll let it go. I hear that's good. Ardent, the first Tomb Raider was decent. Zevic's Demise says, hi, everybody. All right, let's see. Sort by... Let's sort this by popularity. Ballerina's the most popular female-led movie? No. Hunger Games? No. Flight Risk? No. It was okay. I saw Flight Risk. It was okay. Furiosa? No. The Old Guard? No. Alien? Yes. Terminator 2 Judgment Day? Oh, Sarah Connor's pretty good. She a lead? Yeah, she's a lead. Mad Max Fury Road? No. Annihilation? No. By the way, in case you don't know it, for those of you who are new, I hate Natalie Portman. I've been told over and over again that Leon the Professional, she's great, but in everything else, I associate her with the prequel Star Wars movies, which I also hate. So I just hate Natalie Portman. All right, so you get Kill Bill. I think I clicked too far again. Terminator Dark Fate, no, come on. Ghosted, Madam Web, what are you, out of your mind? How are these the best one? Aliens, okay, that's a good one too. Ocean's 8, no. Lucy's kind of underrated. It's kind of cool. Arden says, hi, Zevik. Maverick, Linda Hamilton, Terminator. Has to be Alien, Sigourney Weaver. Yep. Ardent, The Old Guard. Good gods, no. Indy Phantom, howdy, folks. On vacay, visiting parents. Oh, hey, Indy. Ardent, you hate Natalie Portman? Have you been an anti-Semite long? Indy Phantom, yeah, I can't handle Portman either. I just don't like her. I associate bad movies with her, and I've never liked her in anything. Ardent, Ghost in the Shell was better as a female-led movie. The Suicide Squad, no. Damsel, absolutely not. Kick-Ass, that's not female-led, but I do like Chloe Grace Moretz as Hit Girl. She's pretty good in it, I gotta say. Divergent, no. Revenge, I don't know what that is. Hunger Games, Wanted, there's Wanted. It's okay. Red Eye, that's okay. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, didn't say it. Black Widow, no. Resident Evil. I think the movies are terrible, but I do think Mila Jovovich is good. I do love her in The Fifth Element. It's not really a female-led movie, though. Ardent at Indy Phantom say, hey to the rents for me. Indy Phantom, The Old Guard looked like girl boss trash. Don the Second, this list is wacky. I know, right? Indy Phantom, thanks, Ardent, I will. Ardent, Wanted, she wasn't the lead. That was McAvoy's movie all day. Maverick, Underworld. Underworld's pretty good. I'd put that on the list. I wouldn't put that in my top, but I do like Kate Beckinsale in that. Indy Phantom, what is this woke girl boss from hell list? We were trying to find good female lead movies, and this is the list that IMDb came up with. Anna, Tomb Raider, which one? 2018? Didn't see it. I Spit on Your Grave. An oldie, but that's the remake, so no. Double Jeopardy, Death Proof. Not really a female-led movie. Kill Bill. Kill Bill could probably be on the list. Enola Holmes, Captain Marvel, you're out of your mind. The Hunt, no. There's Alita Battle Angel. Ghost in a Shell, that is the live action remake. Spy, don't know that. There's Underworld. Underworld's decent. I've heard good things about Red Sparrow, but I've also heard mixed things. Maverick, Kate Beckinsale. She is pretty hot. Don the Second. We need this discussion to balance out the pride stuff going on this month. Ardent, what's this pride you speak of? Don the Second. The Men's Mental Health Month? Indie Phantom, wasn't Portman a bait and switch for Thor? Yeah, that's not on this list. God, I hope not. Storebang, who played the best damsel in distress though? Oh, that's a different one. I did love what's her face in the Temple of, which one is it? Is it the Temple of Doom? The second indie movie, Indiana Jones movie, because she just screams through most of it. Ardent, ha, Captain, ha, Marvel, ha. Don the second at Ardent, facts, LOL, indie. Death Proof is pretty female driven. Oh, right. But they're not the leads, though. I don't think. They're okay, I guess. Maverick, Kate Winslet, Titanic? I guess. I didn't say it. I don't want to say it. Don the second, I don't remember Captain Marvel 1 being that bad, but I was 16 and probably stoned when I saw it. It's probably the way to say it. Red Sparrow was the Black Widow movie that should have been and was clearly suffering from not being able to be a Black Widow movie. Ardent, Robin Wright, Princess Bride. Probably not the lead. LeMay, Charlie's Angels. I mean, one version of it was almost passable, I guess. Storebang, Willie Scott. Indie Phantom, Pride running rampant in my hometown and in Toronto. There was a record number of gay nudes on parade. Ew. Zevic's Demise, the car is in the lead in Death Proof. There's an argument for that. Maverick, Monsters vs. Aliens animated movie, Reese Witherspoon, 2009. Pretty Women. Ardent, Robin Wright, Best Damsel in Distress. Oh, okay. Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong things. There's Red Sparrow. Jolt, don't know that. The Killer? No, that's that remake. Go F yourself. Columbiana? Probably not. Snow White and the Huntsman? No. Sucker Punch? This is a terrible list. Alien 3? No. That's a terrible movie. Miss Congeniality? Alien Resurrection? No. Hannah? Lara Croft, Tomb Raider? That is Angelina Jolie, so maybe. Charlie's Angels with Cameron Diaz? Maybe. She is super hot in those that scene where she's in panties. Whew. She's still super hot in that movie. The Heat, don't know that. Panic Room. Oh, that's the Jodie Foster movie. That was by David Fincher. That's not bad. That's not a bad movie. Birds of Prey. You should seek therapy if you put Birds of Prey on any list other than movies that make me want to punch things. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Not really the lead in that one, I don't think. Those Who Wish Me Dead, Atomic Blonde. Yeah, maybe it's that. I don't know. I haven't seen it, but Ardent says it's bad. Insurgent, no. Salt, I would say no from what I've seen. The Brave One. Hansel and Gretel, Witch Hunters, probably not. Canary Black. Didn't see it. Wonder Woman 1984, you're insane. Maybe the first one. There's The Long Kiss Goodnight. I would put that on the list. Gina Davis is really good in that one. Mortal Angels. Ghostbusters female remake? You're sick. This is a sick list. The Huntsman's Winter's War. Kick-Ass 2. Chloe is in that one again. The Net. The Quick and the Dead with Sharon Stone. It's not great. Planet Terror. It has its moments, but I wouldn't call it a female lead. Peppermint. Run Lola Run. I liked Run Lola Run. It's not bad. It's not a great lead, though. Kate, I don't know that one. G.I. Jane, nah. Resident Evil Apocalypse. Charlie's Angels with Elizabeth Banks. Go F yourself. Allegiant, no. Flight Plan, no. Lou, no. Avon, no. Shadow in the Cloud, don't know that one. Monster Hunter. Miss Congeniality 2. Armed and Fabulous, no. Keeping Up with the Joneses, no. Underworld Evolution, maybe. Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard, no. Widows, no. Aeon Flux, no. It didn't happen. Resident Evil Extinction, Again, the same thing. Underworld, Rise of Lycans. By that time, the sequels were going downhill. Wait a minute. One of these movies reminded me of something else. Oh! Bound. Do you guys see Bound? That's a hot movie. Meg Tilly, Gina Gershon. Yeah. That's a good female lead movie. Holy cow, I've missed like a million comments now. All right, Maverick, Julia Roberts, Zebek's Demise, the Spice Girls movie, Indie Phantom, yes, Cars the lead in DP, and the Rubber Duck from Convoy. Most hated Ghostbusters 2016, says Maverick. Ardent, at Zebek's Demise, there was a Spice Girls movie? Yes, there was. Indie Phantom Oceans 8 was the all-women version. Lame. Ardent, Barbed Wire, there's a blast from the past. Watch that back to back with Stripperella. Maverick, best female lead movie is Anaconda to J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez. LeMay, $1 Million Baby. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good call. Indie Phantom, Panic Room. The daughter is Kristen Stewart. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I did know that. Ardent. Yeah, Zhang Zi was the lead in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Maverick, John Voight, Anaconda. Zebek's Demise, Amelie? Maverick, $1 Million Baby boxing movie. Indie, best female lead is probably Debbie Does Dallas. Don the Second, this list is a whole video of itself. Ardent, Quick and the Dead is an ensemble more than a woman lead. Maverick, Anaconda, J-Lo. Ardent, Aeon Flux, almost decent. Ardent, Jennifer Tilly. Yes, it's Jennifer Tilly, not Meg Tilly. I don't know why I said that. Indie Phantom, Bound is hot. Storebang, Diabolique. Maverick, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Oh, that's a good one. That's a very good one. I watched the original, and it's really good. And the remake isn't bad. The first one, anyway. Indie Phantom, is Showgirls and Striptease on that list? Probably should be. Maverick, Silence of the Lambs. That's a good one. Jodie Foster. That is a good one. She is the lead in that. Sweet Girl, The Mother, Lara Croft again, Debs. What is this list? Underworld, Blood Wars, Elektra, probably not. Resident Evil, The Protege, The River Wild, Resident Evil. There's so many Resident Evil movies. Underworld Awakening. How many Underworld movies were there? 5? The Princess, Red Sonja. That was the one from 85. I bet she was topless in that one. Gunpowder Milkshake, no idea what that is. The Call, Tank Girl. Yeah, I almost like that movie. It's not quite there. It was kind of impossible to do a Tank Girl movie. More Charlie's Angels. Domino. That was the last movie I rented from Blockbuster. And I never returned it, and I still have the DVD somewhere, and I never watched it. Point of No Return. That's the Bridget Fonda movie, I think. Yeah. Back when she was smoking. She was a smoke show then. The Kitchen. God, this never ends. Thunder Force. You people are sick. The Extraordinary Adventures of Adi Blanksec. Catwoman. Get Help. Get Help, list makers. Till Death. Miss Bella. Haywire. Blood Rain. DOA. Dead or Alive. Barely Lethal. I like that title. Untraceable. Ultraviolet. Army of One. Unlocked. Curve. God, it goes on forever. Everly. Banditas. Foxy Brown. Oh yeah, that's a classic. It's not a great movie, but it is a classic. Kidnap. Barbed Wire. There it is. Cherry 2000. Is that an X-rated movie? No, it's PG-13. Hot Pursuit. A vigilante, bad girls, in the blood. Does this list ever end? The Real McCoy, One for the Money, Momentum, Ravage, Ballistic, X versus Sever. God, that movie had terrible everything. The friggin' title is brutal. Bitch Slap, Rogue, Scarlet, Rise, Blood Hunter, Term Life, Super Cop 2, Sworn to Justice, Lady Dragon, Proud Mary, Kite, The Assignment, Blood Rain 2, Deliverance, The Courier, Blood Rain, The Third Reich, Breaking In, Daughter of the Wolf, Turbulence, Sentinel, Mercenaries, Turbulence 3, Heavy Metal, Double Threat, So Close, V.I. Warkarski. That did not turn out well. Ardent at Maverick, the Danish one, yeah. Maverick, Swedish, Norwegian, or Danish? Indie Phantom, where's Elliot Page on the list? Ardent, oh, A River Runs Through It, Meryl Streep. LeMay, The Institute, 2017. Indie Phantom, this list is transphobic. Don the Second, laughing. Ardent, Point of No Return was the one I meant earlier for the female spy movies, yeah. Maverick, what was your last VHS movie? Oh boy, I have to think about that. Ardent, Entrapment, Catherine Zeta-Jones getting under that red yarn. Oh yeah, I remember that. Zevix Demise, Coffee. Ardent, Bad Girls, I bet sirens show up. LeMay, Enough was a meme. Was She Was Out, Angel of Death, Montana, The Assassin Next Door, Guns of Eden, Scorched Earth, Girls Against Boys, Avengers Grimm, Avarice, The Devil to Pay, Turbulence 2, Fear of Flying, The Serpent, Hard Bounty, Dynamite Fighters, Blood Mallory, The Job, Barracuda, Jesse, My Mother the Spy, Juncture, Intensive Care, Range Runners, Carbile, and Officer Down. Thank God. Thank God. It's over. Oh, God. Last movie on VHS. Last movie on VHS. It was so long ago. It would have had to have been something like Star Wars. I didn't have a lot of movies on VHS. I only kept movies that like I had that I would either rewatch again or watch with friends. We probably had Star Wars because my brother was utterly obsessed with the first movie. He would watch it all the time. So I know we must have had a copy of Star Wars. It might have been a cartoon because my brother's kids were growing up and we still had videotapes for him. So it was probably something like The Little Mermaid or something when I was babysitting. But the last one I actually watched, probably something in the mid-'80s that I liked, like Big Trouble in Little China, something like that. Yeah, I can't remember. Or one of my own. I still have videotapes of my own stuff. Ardent, Avengers Grimm, LOL, can you say trash fire dumpster list? LeMay, Mary Poppins, The Sound of Music. Oh, well, have you heard that they are considering Rachel Zegler to remake The Sound of Music? Yeah, I'm sure that'll be amazing. Maverick, The Sound of Music. Indie Phantom, that list was a mouthful. Maverick, Mary Poppins. Ardent, yeah, no Mary Poppins, no Nanny McPhee, no Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, no Apple Dumpling Gang, but I don't think there was a female lead in that. Maverick 77 Defender, Julie Andrews, The Sound of Music. She is good. She was the lead in a lot of movies. She was an A-lister back in the day. Ardent, last movie I had on VHS was a accidentally unreturned copy of Boondock Saints. Indie Phantom, last movie I bought on VHS were Blair Witch Project and Wimbledon. Bought them new and sealed for $1 when each at Walmart because the format was over. LeMay, I found a decent list. My all-time favorite films featuring strong female leads. All right, let me see if I can find that. All right. Back to this. All right. That's another IMDb list. Okay, I will sort this by popularity again. There's quite a few. I won't go through this whole list. This was too long. Rogue One, A Star Wars Story. I hear good things. The Hunger Games, Parks and Rec. That's not a movie. It's pretty good, though. Hereditary, Orange is the New Black, The Old Guard, Alien. It's slightly better. Sicario, Homeland, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Us. It's a better list. The Help, there's Legally Blonde, Mulholland Drive, Pitch Perfect, Zero Dark 30. Was that a female lead? Simple Favor, Alien, Scream, I guess. Blue is the Warmest Color, 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. That was a female lead. I don't know how good it was. The Witch, Nymphomaniac, Volume 1. Cinderella, The Shape of Water, Pan's Labyrinth. Is that a female lead? Inside Out, that was a female. The Others, Revenge, Amelie, The Descent, The Sound of Music. Okay, this is a better list. It Follows, I've heard good things. Encanto, that looked god awful. Ugh, I want to vomit just thinking about that movie. I mean, you're going to add female leads. You might as well add Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which technically started as a movie. Juno, kinda. There's the first Wonder Woman. What did I look at the crap list, and this is the good list? The Birds. Yeah, that's a good movie. Orphan Black, good show. Rosemary Baby, that's a classic. Mulan, Easy A, that's not bad, I guess. I haven't seen it all. Under the Skin, that movie's not great, but Scarlett Johansson is pretty good in it. Booksmart. Okay, I'm out. I'm out at Booksmart. Booksmart. Shut up. Maverick, Made in Manhattan with J-Lo. Yeah, I think we got a thing for J-Lo. Ardent, Rogue One was pretty good. Zero Dark 30 was Jessica Chastain. Wizard of Oz, Return to Oz, Labyrinth. Maverick, Supergirl 1984 is better than most female superhero movies today. I wouldn't take that bet. I didn't see Superman 1984. I remember it coming out going, Supergirl? No. How old was I? I was 18. Supergirl? No. Ardent, Encanto was garbage except for some of the music. LeMay, no for Encanto. Maverick 77. Hollow Man, Elizabeth Shue. Oh no, the Elizabeth Shue movie is the Babysitter movie. What is it? The Babysitter's Club? No. What is it called? Adventures in Babysitting. That's a good movie. I like that. She's great in that. Ardent, Helen Nice Legs Slater. Ardent, Supergirl was definitely better than any female superhero stuff these days. It's a low bar, though. It's a low bar. Whew, that was a tangent and a half. Where was I? I don't even remember where I was. I think I was still on Variety. Yeah. Man, we got off on a tangent. All right. About to go over to Fandom Pulse, see what's cooking here. Worldcon spawns a protest convention concurrent because of its use of Chat GPT and vetting the panelists. Okay. It's weird. I don't know which con is gayer. Which con is less gay, I should ask. I don't know. There's so much woke stuff in fandom. It's got to collapse. And the sad thing is, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take longer for woke stuff to collapse in fandom than any other place. Because it's such a small community, and a lot of people will just abandon it. Because people just generally do. But it's a shame. Those people are... A lot of people in fandom, I would say, in the fan communities, they're just very vulnerable and weak. It wasn't always that way. Like in the 70s, they were hardcore nerds. These people were just... They were smart. They were nerds, but they were smart as F. Now the nerds today, they're not smart, a lot of them. A lot of them are just not smart. The smart ones got out a long time ago. They've adopted a lot of weak people, and I call them weak because they're genuinely physically weak. They're fat. They're very fat, typically, and slovenly, and there's no other way to describe it. Like, I'm no clothes horse, you might have noticed, and I'll roll out of bed and get in the car and go somewhere sometimes, just because I don't give an F about what people think of me. But when I'm going to an event and I know there are people there, I get a shower, I shave unless I'm doing the Piney thing. You know, I try to look presentable. I see nerds all the time at conventions, and I just go, oh no, please, dude, go home, take a shower, shave your face, put on a decent shirt without a stain on it. Like, please, dude, you're killing me here. I don't even care, but you're so bad, I have to care. You've lowered the bar so low, I now have to be annoyed by you. And unfortunately, a lot of those people are very vulnerable to the woke mind virus. It's just nasty. And it gets in there, and these guys will go right along with it. Because they'll go along with just about anything, a lot of them. But it wasn't that way in the day. In the day, these guys were smart. You couldn't get anything past them. And if anything, they were out of control. I remember going to a D&D convention in early 80s, and it like freaked me the F out. Some of those guys were total psychopaths. But at least they were fun. But yeah, now I go to shows and I just go, oh God, dude, get your life together. Ardent, true, it's too low to limbo. Maverick, Whoopi Goldberg, Sister Act. Whoopi Goldberg, The Color Purple. She's okay in those. Kind of can't stand Whoopi Goldberg, though. Was at the St. John's Con this year. One kid stank so bad I made a video titled Wash Your Balls the next Thursday. Was one of my most popular videos. Yeah, and you feel bad. I feel bad for some of these guys because they're my fans sometimes. Like, today was fine. It was a horror like a horror thing, and it was outside. Horror guys they have girls in their midst. So they tend to kick it up a notch. But you know, if you go to the really nerdy cons, some of them, LeMay, clean your room, Peterson, yes. Indie Phantom, give a story from the D&D con. Okay. So, I may have told this one before, but it's kind of classic. So I was at this D&D con, and I used to do a fantasy comic called The Travelers. Let's see if I can show you a thing for it, just for the hell of it. So The Travelers was a fantasy comic. Let's see if I can find it. There it is. So those were the characters, and these were the various things, and it did pretty good for a while. And I would do events at D&D cons because the gamers liked fantasy. And I would do pretty well for comics. So I'm at this show, and a fan came up, and it was a guy I knew, and he had bought some of my stuff before. But man, he stunk. I mean, he stunk badly. Like, eye-watering bad. And he came up, and I chatted him a little bit, and I was like, oh man, I don't know how much longer I could take this. But then he bought just about everything on the table. And, you know, guy buys your stuff, it's really hard to tell him, dude, you stink. So, like, I couldn't tell him that. There's no way I could tell him. But, like, now I'm trapped because he's also a guy who loves to talk. And, you know, he's talking about things he likes, and we're going back and forth. But the whole time, I'm like, because I'm trying not to breathe it in, but it's just, it reeks, man. And no one else is coming to the table because and I heard some guy walk past go, oh my God, what's that smell? And next to me was one of my artists, and he had his own table, and he was there. And at some point, the conversation had gone on so long, I noticed there was a restroom across the way. And I said, well, it was great seeing you, but I got to hit the bathroom. I'll check you later. And I said, bye. So I went into the bathroom, which was overloaded with nerds because it was right off, like, you know, the room where everybody was. So it stunk in there too, but it stunk less than in front of my table. That's how bad he smelled. Like, I went into the bathroom to smell the farts in there, I guess, and just to get away from him. And then I thought, how long can I stay in here? So then I, like, washed my hands because I didn't have to go to the bathroom. I washed my hands, and I kind of hung out there for a minute, and I kind of slowly started walking out, and I thought to myself, he can't still be there, right? He's got to be gone now, right? And I got outside, and I looked immediately, and he was still talking to my artist. Now he's talking to him, right? And, like, I'm right across the room, so there's no way I could, like, leave. Because then he'd see me leave, and that wouldn't work. And I kind of looked around to find somebody that I could start talking to. Couldn't find anybody. And then I walked back to the table. I didn't have anywhere else to go. And I sat back down, and the smell's still kind of there, but he's now at my artist table. And I'm like, oh, thank God he's over there. So I'm not really getting it hard. And then my artist goes, well, you know, I have to go to the bathroom too. And he left me, and I'm like, you son of a bitch. And he kept talking. And then eventually he left, and I was just like, and the artist came back, and I was like, dude, I deserved that, but it was bad. It was really bad. Indie Phantom, Nerd BO. Maverick, the smelliest fruit is durian, known as the king of fruits in Southeast Asia. Its strong, pungent odor is notorious and has been described as smelling like sewage, rotting flesh, or gym socks. Despite the strong smell, many find the taste of durian to be quite pleasant, often described as sweet and creamy. Yeah, no thank you. You can watch the Try Guys on the Try channel eat durian and durian-related products and watch them get very, very not happy about it. They're pretty funny videos to watch people try durian. It's made me say, oh, I wouldn't try durian. I also wouldn't try that fermented fish either. There's one video of the dude opening the can in his car. And as soon as he gets, like, he breaks the seal and the smell just hits him. He's like, oh. Indie Phantom, I have tried durian and nearly threw up. Oh, wow. Wow. Now, like, the actual, where did you get it? Maverick, LOL. LeMay, I heard it was like custard with old cheese. Oh, God. Hold on, I'm drying up. I gotta get a drink. I'll be right back. Joan, take over. Take over, Joan. Don't be racist. What is that? It's like a piece of fuzz or something. Sorry about that. Ugh, needed a drink. Oh man, this is a marathon. Ardent. Surströmming. Yeah, that's the fermented stuff. Maverick. Surströmming, pronounced Surströmming. Swedish for sour herring, is lightly salted fermented Baltic Sea herring, traditional to Swedish cuisine since it's at least the 16th century. Who do you think started that? Like some guy walking along a beach. It's like, oh man, I have no food. It's the 16th century and I have no food. Well, there's some rotting fish. Let me eat that. Nom, nom. It's not too bad. I mean, I'm not throwing up. Well, I am, but at least I have food. Ardent, that's Norwegian one. Lutefisk. Ardent, Jones, stop it with the Jew hate. Tony's already in enough trouble. I got one of my live streams. It was like limited monetization or something, and then it changed back. It was weird. Maverick, ratfisk is a Norwegian fish dish made from trout or char, salted and autolyzed for 2 to 3 months, or even up to a year. Ratfisk is then eaten without cooking and has a strong smell and pungent, salty flavor. Ratfisk is served on lefsiks with onions and sour cream. Ugh. LeMay put a cute icon of little Joan in a microphone. Indie Phantom, durian is the #1 pizza topping in China. No, it isn't. Are you kidding me? I tried it there. No way. Why were you in China? Is that true? I am shocked. Maverick, smalahove is a Western Norwegian traditional dish made from sheep's head, originally eaten before Christmas. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom dinner scene, monkey's brain. Oh yeah, I remember that. Ardent, pierogies with onions and sour cream. Now that's something I could eat. I have a pretty cool Polish deli, pretty old one, not too far from me. They make like real pierogies. But I do like the frozen ones. They're pretty good. Maverick, do you watch the food programs like Anthony Bourdain? I used to watch them pretty religiously. They used to always make me hungry, though, watching people eat food. And then I would have to eat. But now that I only watch internet, I watch the Try channel. The Irish comedians eat various things. But their best videos are those durian fruit ones. They're pretty funny. Ardent, my cousins are home from Hong Kong. I can ask when I see them tomorrow. Interesting. Why the hell would you put durian fruit on a pizza? Because it's fruit, like pineapple, damn it. Doesn't belong there. Fruit doesn't belong on a pizza. I'll die on that hill. Speaking of Anthony Bourdain, Maverick, I went to Lucille's Luncheonette, which was a stop of Anthony Bourdain's in New Jersey, and had the Anthony Bourdain special, which was home fries, scrapple, eggs, and toast with butter. Delicious. All right, what else we got here? Amazon's algorithm changes leave authors guessing as new ranking system disrupts traditional launch strategies. Yes, I can attest to that. Although I did not participate in a lot of the Amazon launch strategies, I don't really understand how that part of the site works. But I noticed a steep drop off in my Amazon sales starting in 2025. Now, they made a big deal about the price of your book being less than $9.99. Like that was the new cutoff. They said if your book is not at least $9.99, you're going to be depressed in the algorithms, and you're going to get a smaller royalty. So that's part of the reason I had to up my prices, because I thought it would offset the algorithm. So far, it really hasn't. Um, but I think my impression is they're still working on it, because I had to, when I changed all my prices, there were some problems, and I had to call Amazon, and they had to like manually fix it on one of my books. Maverick, can you handle hot food? I like spicy food, but I don't like, searing hot food, meaning not temperature, but the spice. I like it to be tasty and hot. I don't like it. I don't just like the heat. I had a girlfriend who bought me this hot sauce one time because I said that, and it was all heat. You just put it on. You wouldn't taste anything. It would just be hot as F. Too hot. But I was missing hot sauce, and I recently bought like a big bottle of Cholula sauce. That's like your new basic hot sauce. That stuff is tasty, but it's hot. Like Tabasco sauce is kind of tasty, but not really. It's not that tasty. It's a little bit of heat. I don't really like the taste, It's kind of generic, too generic for me. But Cholula sauce is sort of the new, floor for hot sauces. If you're not doing at least Cholula, you probably don't have a very good hot sauce. I just went to a Mexican restaurant it was last night, wasn't it? Or the night before. We went, and I got a burrito, and they had some hot sauce, Cholula sauce, and they had some decent salsa, but it wasn't super authentic. It was okay. They had red snapper ceviche. I had that, and I got a leftover enchilada, which I'll probably eat after this because I didn't quite have enough dinner. But I do like it, but it has to have taste. It has to have good taste. It has to have a balance of the taste and the tanginess. So there's a limit. After it starts to get so hot, I can't enjoy it. That's too hot. I'm more about the taste than I am the hotness. But I'm probably what's known as a super taster, because I've often, found things and ingredients and tasted things that nobody else seems to be able to pick out. Like sometimes I could eat, if you make homemade spaghetti sauce, a lot of times I can analyze it and tell you what you used in it. And I'm pretty good at it. So I think I'm a super taster. But that also makes me kind of picky about the taste of things. But I like food so much, I will sometimes knowingly eat things that aren't very good. Ardent, where is Alex Ogle when you need to chastise him? Indie Phantom, my job has taken me to Hin. Neat. Maverick, spicy. Would you go on that hot ones? Yeah, sure. Indie Phantom, China, many times. They also do pineapple on pizza. Damn commies. LeMay, tomatoes are fruit. Okay. That's technically true, but they're not on the pizza. They're part of the pizza. Ardent, I think I'd rather Tom Felton to Tom Holland as Bond. Yeah, Tom Holland doesn't have... He's too innocent. That's why he's such a good Peter Parker. And he's got... he's a small guy. He's young looking. That he is like the current age's Michael J. Fox. That was Michael J. Fox. Like, Michael J. Fox was in his 20s and he was playing teenagers. He was on Family Ties. He was in Teen Wolf. He was in Back to the Future, Marty McFly. That's who Tom Holland is. And he's great as Spider-Man. As James Bond, I don't know. I wouldn't believe it. He would have to really bulk up and change his entire look. Like, Kick-Ass has changed his entire look. He looks manly now. He's got a beard, and he's got long hair, and he's kind of bulked up a bit, and he's changing the way he's dressed. You hardly recognize him. Tom Holland still looks too young. But he's an A-lister, so that's why they're considering him. They think people will see the movie just because he's in Would he be good? He's not a bad actor. he might grow into the role, but I don't know, man. I think it's a weird choice. He wouldn't be my first choice. James McAvoy would be good. He's English, right? He's English, or is he Australian? He'd be good either way. I tell you who would have been great, but he's too old for it now, would have been Gary Oldman. He would have been amazing, because he's just an amazing actor in general. He'll be a good Bond villain, though. Put him in as a Bond villain. He's a great villain. Tom Felton, yeah, he would be a better Bond, because he's got a evil streak in him. You need a guy with a bit of an evil streak. Sean Connery, you know, he's not like Christopher Lee. He wasn't actually in the war and had actually killed anybody. But watch that interview with Sean Connery talking about slapping your woman. I think he talks about slapping his wife or something. It's an old interview. He was 100% dead serious when he gave that interview. And I'm 100% convinced. He convinced me that he would kill a guy. He just had that look about him. You know, Sean Connery, he'd kill a dude. Tom Holland? No. I don't think he could hurt a fly. I'd push him down the stairs and get away with the secret plans. Indie Phantom, durian and stinky tofu are the worst food smells. Maverick, I thought wasabi was avocado my first time. I almost died from eating a huge scoop in Canada on holiday. That's hilarious. Ardent, how does Frank's compare to Cholula? Never had Cholula, but I like Frank's. Frank's is okay. Frank's is closer to Tabasco sauce. I don't know. I like Cholula. It's just got a better taste to it, but it's about the same level of tang. Frank's is okay, though. I like Frank's better than Tabasco. Maverick, thought he smelled bad on the outside. Han Solo Empire Strikes Back. Ardent, spaghetti sauce sommelier. Maverick, dad joke, you got redacted or retracted. Maverick, you got a weight problem. Can't wait to eat. Get it? Weight versus weight. Ardent, knowledge is knowing tomatoes is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting them in a fruit salad. Ardent, and ketchup is a soup. Maverick, Chris Hemsworth looks like a young Sean Connery. He wouldn't be a bad Bond. He'd have to change his look up a lot, though. He would be pretty good. Ardent, McAvoy's Scottish. Perfect. Perfect, then. McAvoy would be my choice. Maverick, You Know My Name song by Chris Cornell is the best Bond song. I don't know. I like Live and Let Die, and of course the James Bond theme is really good, but you can't really count that one as the song. You're talking about the song, the soundtrack. I really like Live and Let Die. The new ones aren't great. None of the new ones are good. I mean, you need to put Bond back in the 60s. That's all there is to it. Ardent. Gotta give him a short, sharp one sometimes. Maverick. Are the Beatles or the Benitles really the best band ever? They're good, but the best? Scots are crazy. Depends on how you rank it. I really like the Beatles. I grew up with the Beatles, post. They were done by the time I was really listening to music, but I had, some of their albums. They were still like the band. I mean, they kind of started it all, the band kind of thing. They have a lot of amazing songs. I'll say that. The Beatles have so many amazing songs. The shorter list are the crap Beatles songs. There's really only one or two songs that people point to that say, oh yeah, that's a terrible Beatles song. The vast majority of their catalogs are like classics. It's kind of crazy when you hear them all. I love them, but I'm older than most of you guys, I think. So, depends on how you rank bands. Indie Phantom, Amelia Perez could be a Bond villain. Just putting it out there. Maverick 77, Live and Let Die by Paul McCartney or Guns N' Roses. Nope, Paul McCartney, because that's when he made the song, I think. Maverick, my favorite band from Liverpool are the Christians Harvest for the World, not the Beatles. I don't know those guys. Yeah, I mean, they just had so many songs and so many hits. It's kind of undeniable. The only guy that comes close is, I guess, Michael Jackson, because he had so many hits and he had such an amazing career and so many great songs, you know. But he wasn't a band, so do you compare Michael Jackson to the Beatles? Elvis. See, like, Elvis to me is like old music. I like Elvis, but I don't listen to a lot of Elvis. So it kind of depends on when you were born and, what you came up with. I listened to a lot of rock and roll, classic rock and roll when I was a kid, so I like that kind of music. Maverick, Madonna's Beats Them All. No. Indie Phantom, who will do the new Bond song? See, this is the problem with Bond in the modern day. They're just going to pick, whoever's a big name. So it was Billie Eilish last time. So I don't know, Sabrina Carpenter. That would be the choice right now. If they did it today, maybe Taylor Swift, maybe Beyonce. And it'll probably suck. It'll probably just be the same stupid song. Maverick, Madonna went on decades longer than MJ and the Beatles, and she changed her music to suit. Yeah, but I don't like 90% of her songs, so. Indie Phantom, if it's 60s, they could do an AI cover of Sinatra. You could if they did 60s Bond, then you could if you pick someone who was big now, like Sabrina Carpenter, then hopefully the movie producers would be like, well, you have to do them in the style of someone in the 60s, right? So maybe she would do a cover, or maybe she would do, an original song, but in the style of that era, which would be interesting. I would like that because, I like a lot of 60s music, and it would be cool, but the question for the movie makers is that going to bring people in? I would say yes, but it would be a risk. It could all blow up in their faces. But that's the way that's the way you make movies. You take a risk. The problem with Hollywood is, are they going to make a movie that takes place in the 60s and then try to make it woke? Because that would be a disaster. Ardent, yeah, I'd be down for the 60s style. Maverick 77, Louise Armstrong, We Have All the Time in the World, James Bond theme. Let's see, what else we got going here? Yeah, so getting back to the Amazon algorithm, not sure how this is going to shake out. I know you guys probably don't care as much as I do, but it's a big deal to me. I really need to get back up in the Amazon algorithm so I can get... My money was on track pretty good. I had doubled what I sold in 2023 in 2024, and now I'm way behind. So I'm kind of pissed off, but fortunately I'm selling more books outside of Amazon, so it's not a disaster, but I really would like to sell most of my books on Amazon so I don't have to do as many shows because they're a lot of work and my car's getting older. Maverick, Tina Turner, Live and Let Die. Maverick, License to Kill song by Gladys Knight. I don't remember that one. What else? What else is on? Fandom Pulse. I'm skipping a few of them. It's doing a lot of book reviews these days. Renowned sci-fi and fantasy editor warns that fiction market has reached a tipping point with more content than readers. So it's always kind of been the case. It was the case in comics. There's a bunch of comics, people hardly read them, and they go out of business. A lot of authors write a book, and they don't know what they're doing, and they're terrible writers, and they put out the book, and maybe they got a little money, and they sell some books, and then they go away. It's just the way it works. Lots of people do that. And, you know, it's sort of in vogue now for people to write books. And there's a lot of competition. I was talking to a guy today. He runs a car show, and he was trying to entice me to do his car show. I couldn't do it because he was charging like crazy money for me to do a car show. The booths were just too expensive for me. But he was a nice guy, and I just told him that's just way too much money. But he said he already had authors there. And I was like, oh my God, you mean there's guys coming there selling books there too? Like, when I started doing this, I wouldn't see a lot of authors at like car shows or markets. Now I see them all the time. So there's a lot of competition there. Maverick, can books survive the internet age, TikTok, etc.? Books versus video games, books versus YouTube, newspapers died out, magazines died out, comics died out. I think so. Books are a little different because the only way they don't really die, they're not going to die out. What you'll have with a book is it may all go very electronic. But people do like the experience of reading books still. And I've heard that from people who are younger. It's not just older people. And in fact, older people sometimes are more likely to switch to the electronic books because they have problems with their vision. So they can, in an electronic book, you could just tap the screen and boom, they make the lettering bigger so they can read it. So it depends on the person, but for the most part, people like books. And part of the problem with electronic books is, and this is a problem with video games and comics and everything, the streaming system or the people who own the platform may decide, hey, all that content you paid for and own? Yeah, we're not going to store it anymore. It's gone. Oh, wait, you bought a bunch of books on our platform, and now you're not subscribing anymore? They're gone. So people have begun to realize physical media is the key. So I think you're going to see a swing back towards physical media. And when it comes to books and people actually read, a lot of them like the sensation of a book. They like going somewhere and reading a book or sitting in their bed reading a physical book. The only exception are people who like truckers and a lot of people who are on the road a lot. They like audiobooks. But now, Amazon offers a service where the AI will just read you the book. And everybody's going to have that. You won't need to pay a service to Amazon. You'll probably just have an app in your phone. Hey, phone, read me this article. And the phone will just read you the article. So you could do that with books, but people will still pay for them, I think. It's just cheaper online. Like, I could sell my books. My books online, the ebooks, are $3 a piece. They're $10 as a physical book. And then if you're in the Kindle Unlimited program and you're paying a monthly fee to Amazon, they're free, but I still get paid. They have a system where they still pay you. But they pay us by the page as opposed to the download. So I'm not really worried about this. They'll always need writers. You always need people with imagination. A computer does not have imagination. It can only rearrange things and give it back to you and say, here. And they're bad at doing it. They've gotten slightly better in visuals. they'll be able to put together movies, but they'll need a human being with imagination to make the movie worth a damn. Now, you could say to the AI, hey, show me a movie that takes place in the Star Wars universe, but it stars Jake and Elwood from the Blues Brothers. Oh, and yeah, make it a musical. And also, too, for whatever reason, put in Natalie Portman as her character from Leon in The Professional. And an AI eventually will be able to take all those elements, squash them together, and put together a movie that'll be pretty crazy. And you'll probably watch it and go, oh, that was kind of crazy. That was cool. Now, the problem is, of course, the AI people who give you that will have to have the rights to do all that. And eventually you're going to get bored with that. I mean, you know, I have a bunch of favorite movies, as you all know. I'm sure I would love to see a sequel to Animal House, or, you know, a sequel to Big Trouble in Little China with all the characters from the first movie, except, you know, the ones who died. But, you know, after I've exhausted all of my favorite things, eventually I'm just getting bored with that. Just like everybody else would. I'm pretty sure you could burn yourself out on something like that in about 2 months. And then what? Well, then now you're making up your own movies. And the AI, yeah, it does the work, but it can only do so much. It can only give you elements that you give it back to you. So I'll be able to do the Pineys, but that's my imagination, and I'd be selling it to you. So when the AI gets sophisticated enough and I can do that, I'll be gung-ho to do it, believe me. But we'll see. LeMay. There are web novels and audiobooks. True that. Maverick. True, like the Brie Larson TV show Lessons in Chemistry, huge selling book. People prefer books so they can use their imagination more, make up the characters, what the characters look like and sound like. Loved Asterix and Tintin as a kid, didn't read the novels much. Humans run on electricity too, electrolytes. Are humans basically robots since we run on electricity too? Did you get really, really high before this stream, Maverick 7077? Kinda. I guess you could say that. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about the AI. As children are mutilated in the name of gender ideology, no bueno. X-Men writer Gail Simone claims critics of this evil are in a cult masquerading as a social movement. Oh, Gail, shut up. Maverick, LOL, yep. Okay. Indie Phantom, need more flying Leah AI. Make that shite happen. Maverick, The Matrix. Yeah, The Matrix would be fun to do our own sequels, since the sequels that they made were kind of terrible. Gail Simone has a lot of opinions. And she was an okay writer. She was good on Catwoman. The Catwoman character is a female, so Gail was good at writing her. She wrote her like a female, but for some reason, Gail went pretty woke in my view. And I don't know, she's very full of herself, I think, and now her politics annoy me. Maverick, Pedro Pascal versus J.K. Rowling. Pedro Pascal, I think he has a relative who's trans, which is part of the reason he's very vocal, but I think it's just A-lister virtue signaling, and mostly he thinks it's helping his career. And I guess at some level you can make an argument it kind of is, because certainly the people in Southern California agree with a lot of his views. But, you know, I think Fantastic Four First Steps is probably going to be the end of his career, because I think that movie's heading for a big bruising at the box office. I can't imagine it's going to be a hit. Ardent. Maverick at Maverick. I'd rather see Pedro Pascal versus J.K. Simmons. Maverick, LOL. In Oz? Oz Prison? Oh, that would be nasty. That was a nasty show. I watched that show. Oh, here it is. Tom Holland. Look at the picture they showed. At the top of the list for James Bond. See, look at that picture they show. That's typical Tom Holland. He's holding the puppy. He looks innocent. He can't be James Bond. I mean, they might do it. They'll have to change his image. Marvel writers Ron Mars calls ICE agents racist renegades. I am absolutely not surprised at his take. Ron Mars is pretty woke. He's always been pretty woke in my view. But that's comics today. Everybody's on the ICE agents now. That's their new thing. You know. Oh my God! They're sending away all the Mexicans and all the immigrants. Would you like to take some immigrants into your house? Oh no, I don't have the room. You know they'll let you take them into your house there, Ron Mars. Massachusetts. They were, asking people, will you take in an immigrant? They'll let you do that. If you want to take some in, let them live in your house. How many can we sign you up for? It's funny. It's funny how people, they're super supporters of open immigration. They don't take too many immigrants into their house, though. You might have to get rid of some of those toys. You know, you might have to make some room for the immigrants living in your place. I saw Ron Mars at an event. What was it? I believe it was the comic book club in, near my college in upstate New York. I guess he's probably still working in New York. I pitched him an idea, and I'm pretty sure he used it. But it was a sort of idea, you couldn't copyright it or anything. It was really just a bit. But and he used it a different way, so I'm not like complaining or anything, but I just thought it was interesting. Maverick, I think it was him. It was an old comic book guy. It was many years ago. Maverick 77, an American Tale 1986 immigration movie animated by Disney? That's correct. LeMay, there was one woman that did. She had them cook for her. Did they mow the lawn and wash the dishes too? Maverick, The Terminal, Tom Hanks' immigrant movie. That didn't look great, but I know it was based on a true story or whatever. Anyhow, Ron Mars, I mean, he's entitled to his opinion, whatever. Grift Wars. What is the internet for? Grifting. Square Enix promises to deliver new turn-based RPGs in the future. Oh, this was a funny story this week. Indie Phantom. Oh, yeah, I never saw American Tail. Sequel was the Western. Looked okay. Wonder-filled games owner melts down further with bizarre video rant before deleting his X account. So, if you missed this story, Wonder-filled Games is this game company that suddenly went uber woke like overnight, and then ended up like kind of self-destructing. They have this game. It's kind of like Gamma World, I guess. It takes place in the future, and they were asking him about it. I guess it was him, and he said something like, in the future there won't be any white people or something. Like, he said something like that. It was crazy. Sounded super racist, by the way. And then people obviously reacted, and then he kept doubling down, talking about, the future will belong not to white people kind of thing. Shouldn't say stuff like that. It's not very nice. It's racist in my view. And then he kept doubling down, and now he's deleted his X account. Well, yeah, I guess. I guess you're probably getting a lot of pushback from that. I don't know why people would... You make an RPG, don't you want people to buy it? Like, why would you suddenly make racist comments? And again, the test is very simple. Take whatever you said and replace the races with different races, and then see how it sounds. And it usually sounds worse, and you go, oh yeah, that is incredibly racist. Yeah, don't say racist things on the internet. Anywho, Indie Phantom, the terminal was too long. Maverick, an American Tale, Feifel Goes West. Indie Phantom, it had a few good scenes, but we're already into weak-ass woke Spielberg. LeMay, LOL, I saw this one. Maverick 77, The Godfather 2, 1974, is about immigration. Kind of, yeah. It's bigger than that. It's one of the greatest movies. I love The Godfather 2. I think it's better than the first one. Indie Phantom, I heard Rachel Zegler is being medicated for the failure of her own woke-ass career. Yeah, that was a thing. She said she took medication to deal with, the backlash. She should just get off the internet. Maverick, Gangs of New York, immigration movie, kinda. Ardent, enjoy Blue Sky, moron. Maverick 77, West Side Story, an immigration movie, kind of. Not the new one, though. That's just a bad movie, apparently. Indie Phantom, old Jerry Lewis had some actual funny racist bits. He wouldn't have survived the new internet. Oh yeah. Well, he had the one, the racist Chinese bit, or Japanese, or Asian bit, I guess you would say, where he had the buck teeth and he was talking in a really bad Asian accent, and he was, I'm not going to do it. I don't want to get clipped, but you know the one. Michael Bay reportedly developing the new Transformers film. Well, finally, we get more lens flare. I've been missing lens flare. Indie Phantom, Gangs of New York didn't much work, in my opinion. It's a cool movie, though. I like it. It's not unentertaining. It didn't really work as a metaphor, but yeah. It's much to do about nothing when you get right down to it. It's a cool era. I think that's why I like it. It's like a cool historical era. It could have done more with it. I think part of the problem is Leonardo DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis, they're so big in the movie as entities. They kind of both, with their personalities and their acting, overwhelm the movie. So it becomes about them and not about... I would have liked to have known more details about the gangs and how they worked and why they took over the city, kind of thing. Because it's a really interesting... You should read about it. It's a really interesting history during that time. Because part of the thing I wanted to see in Gangs of New York was how the gangs operated. Like, and they kind of don't really go into that. Ardent, the one scene in Drago, the Bruce Lee movie, I didn't like was Bruce and Linda watching Jerry Lewis from, I think, Breakfast at Tiffany's? That's it. Yep, that's the super racist one. Indie Phantom, Tony, you need to review Hardly Working from a screenwriter perspective. Hardly Working. Okay. Maverick, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. Dragon, the Bruce Lee story is the best ever immigration movie. Dragon, the Bruce Lee story should have won the Oscar. Indie Phantom, it's a Lewis movie. Oh, okay. Maverick, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story might be the best movie ever made. Indie Phantom, Dick Tracy, better than Gangs of New York? I don't know, man. Dick Tracy's pretty bad. It's pretty funny. I gotta admit, as bad movies go, I laughed through most of Dick Tracy. And somehow Warren Beatty still manages to be boring in it. Indy Phantom is Mickey Rooney in Breakfast at... Oh, it's Mickey Rooney. That's right. Yeah, Mickey Rooney is super racist in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Now, there's another movie where Jerry Lewis does the same sort of bit. Because that stuff used to fly. Hardly Working has the Asian Lewis, I think. Oh, okay. Man, those movies are ancient history. San Francisco bookstore boycotted Harry Potter books over J.K. Rowling's opposition to gender ideology. Maverick, Dick Tracy, Madonna. I think that's the one he means. Yeah, imagine being a bookstore today. Imagine being in San Francisco, the poop-filled third world mini nation in our country. And then imagine saying, hey, let's boycott one of the most popular book series ever. Like, how are you even in business? Like, what books are you selling? Who the hell's reading in San Francisco? Isn't everybody just shooting fentanyl and pooping in the street at this point? Who's left? Who are you selling the books to? Are the homeless guys just using it for toilet paper? Like, what's going on? Maverick, was Madonna in Evita? Don't Cry for Me, Argentina? Is Harry Potter good? Looks like kids movie, very young kids. People like it. It's okay. I didn't mind it. I'm not a fanatic about it. It's kind of an all ages movie. Kids like it, but a lot of adults love it. It's okay. It's all right. Maverick, young Sherlock Holmes, 1985 looks better than Harry Potter. That's good too. I'm not a big fan of either. Johnny Depp says, I was like a crash test dummy for Me Too, and declares that society has undergone moral decay. Well, not for nothing, Johnny, but I don't think, glass houses and all. I mean, like Johnny, I like Johnny. He's a little woke. He's said some woke things, but in general, he's okay. I think he got Me Too'd. His wife was crazy hot, though. Amber Heard was crazy hot, and I think crazy. And I think he went through hell with her. But I kind of can't. I still to this day can't blame him. She was so hot. Amber Heard was just so hot back in the day. I can't blame Elon Musk. I really can't blame any straight man in the world for sticking it in Amber, because, man, she was just hot. And as crazy as I think she is, the sex with her had to be even hotter. It had to be like off the charts, like mind-blowing. Oh my God. I think I need some sort of blood transfusion after having sex with you. I mean, it must have been fantastic. But, there was a price to be paid, and he paid it. But, like, Johnny's not exactly, like, the role model to the world against moral decay. He's had his problems. He used to hang out with Hunter S. Thompson. And that guy did all kinds of crazy stuff. But I like him. He does a lot of charity work. He's got his faults. I don't think he should be talking this way, though, but he's not wrong. Maverick, true. Ardent, emphasis on the crazy. Zevek's demise, crazy hot and crazy for sure. Ardent, Jeff Bezos, on the other hand, appears to prefer plastic dolls to real women. I can't say I don't like that look. I used to really like that look. But yeah, he seems to be really into showing his wife off and, hey, look at this hot chick I'm marrying, and now we're on a boat, and now we're doing this, and now I'm marrying her. I don't know how he's going to up the ante after he marries her, though. I think they're both going to get bored very, very soon. LeMay, I like the first three movies. I never read the books. I was more of a series of unfortunate events fan. Indie Phantom, I did enjoy young Sherlock Holmes. That must have totally inspired Potter. Maverick, we could have been a couple, but you one crazy ass bee. Rush Hour 2. Amber Heard would have been a great Supergirl. You got to see her in one of her early movies when she was in the bikini on the beach. It's just, you just look at it. I just couldn't believe how hot she looks. She's just perfect. She's a perfect body on her. Zebek Samize, Hunter S. Thompson is the paragon of morality. Yeah, and the paragon of discipline too. Ardent, ugh, judging you now. Yeah, it's weird when people talk this way, but he was probably on a podcast and blah, 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 and eventually he just said something like that. Hollywood Reporter Olivia Rodrigo brings out The Cure's Robert Smith as she wraps up politically charged Glastonbury. Ardent, Maverick, Melissa Benoist is a great Supergirl, but the CW has no idea how to write the show for men. This is true. This is a funny story. I don't know if you guys are a big fan of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I used to watch it all the time. It was very funny back in the day. But Rob McElhenney, who plays Mac on the show, has decided to legally change his name to Rob Mac, which I think is funny. He just does weird stuff like this. Beyonce pauses show after prop car tilts in the air. Okay. Maverick, I just found out that Harrison Ford married Ally McBeal. I know. You might want to sit down. But at this point, they're both so old, especially Harrison Ford. I just wish he'd retire now. It's too late for him to retire with dignity, but at least retire. Indie Phantom, Heard was a smoke show, no doubt. Worth seeing. The Informers for her. Yeah, that's the movie. That is the movie. To see Amber Heard in that movie, you won't even hear the dialogue. I'm telling you. Absolute. Let's see if I can find it. Ah, shit. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see if they got a shot of her somewhere in this. All right. Informers, Amber Heard. Okay. Oh, I can't play this. This is the nude scene. Oh, there's a bit of nudity there. Oh, there's some nudities in these. Boy. Anyhow. Oh, hold on. I gotta close this window. Sorry, YouTube. Hope I don't get flagged for that. Ardent, LOL. Ford has sex, and it sounds like breakfast cereal. Oh my god, dude. Zevix Demise, yikes. Maverick, Amber Heard had cheekbone surgery and it ruined her face. Yeah, they all do, I think. It's crazy. Indie Phantom, The Informer's better than Booksmart. Well, just you can pretty much put anything in front of Booksmart, I think. Maverick, cheekbone implants. That is no bueno. Who else just had that and looks really weird now? I think Miley Cyrus? She looks odd. Indie Phantom, thanks for the Informer's flashback. I hope I don't get flagged. Let's see. This is all the same stuff. Nicholas Hoult recalls auditioning for Superman on the same day as David Cornsweet. How many times are you going to tell this story? God, I've heard this story like 50 times. Okay, he was up for the Superman role, and now he's playing Lex Luthor. Okay. Jesus. Maverick. It started with Marilyn Monroe, then Kelly LeBrock, then Angelina Jolie, then Pamela Anderson, then Scarlett Johansson, then Gal Gadot. That's a pretty good stack. You got that order pretty right. Kelly LeBrock, yeah. Weird Science, great in that movie. She looked amazing. Weird that she married Steven Seagal, but I could kind of see it back in the day. Ardent, they're usually getting the botulinum fat sucked out. Angelina Jolie has the implants. Maverick, now Sydney Sweeney? Yep. But I'm kind of over her now that she's tried to sell her bathwater. That was kind of a turn off. Sabrina Carpenter looks pretty good, I gotta say. Who else was the replacement? Anna de Armas looks amazing. Indie Phantom, sorry Tony, I had to report the stream for hotness. Damn you. Maverick, Sydney Sweeney is not that pretty, but she looks dirty. Yeah, you know what? You're right. She does. That she's selling her own bathwater is an indication. That's kind of dirty. I tell you who I always thought was that way, but now I can't stand her because she got super woke, was Drew Barrymore back in the day. Drew Barrymore always struck me as like, I could get her and she would do everything. Indie Phantom, Kelly LeBrock is in The Woman in the Red Dance. Maverick, Natasha Henstridge from Species. Yes. Total smoke show. Zebek's Demise. There is only one crazy chick allowed to sell her bathwater. It's just gross and weird. Indie Phantom, she ain't dirty. She has lots of soap. Let's see. What's next? Bounding in the comics. And nothing really here. Then we got Deadline. Maverick. Allison Doody from Indiana Jones. Which one was she? I don't remember. Here she is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She is a smoke show. She's born the same year I was, so she's 59 now. Wonder what she looks like now, though. Right, wasn't she the evil German? I hope there's no nudity in this one. She looks pretty good. She still looks great. Yeah. Looks great. She's got good genes. You could just tell. She probably had a little work, but she probably didn't need much. I mean, some of these pics are old, but not all of them. Indie Phantom. I like the tramp phase of Drew Barrymore. It was really hot to me. I just was totally into it. Ardent. Natasha Henstridge is from Newfoundland. You always got to work that in. Okay. Storebang. They're all okay, but none of them are Carol Channing. Oh, come on. Storebang. You're so wacky. Indie Phantom. Allison Doody is Jenny Flex in A View to a Kill. Hot. Is very hot. All right, over at Deadline. I got to start wrapping this up. We're going long today. Anything good here? Not really. It's all the same stuff. Scarlett Johansson recalls a lot of female roles centering on the male gaze earlier in her career. Gee, I wonder why. You're only like one of the hottest women who ever graced the screen. Don't say stupid stuff now, Scarlett, please. Please, just keep your stupid thoughts to your own head. Please look hot again, too. Just work out and look amazing. You're still, I mean, she's not that old. Ardent. To avoid nudity in search results, turn safe search to high. I see your Carol Channing and raise you Carol Burnett. All right, moving on. Bleeding Fool never has anything. Ooh, consignment or confiscation. Diamond's bankruptcy leaves publishers guessing. Yeah, it's a bad time to be part of the Diamond family because their bankruptcy kind of effed everything out. I'm glad I'm out of comics now. For the most part. I mean, I haven't done a comic in a while. Reacher 4 season 4 sees major character get recast. You kind of really turned me off on this show. The second season wasn't great. And then Alan Ritchson shooting his mouth off didn't help. And now this? You're going to recast somebody? Why? Did somebody die? Are they recasting? I bet they're recasting Neely. Huge mistake if that's the case. Jacob Merritt. Huh. I guess they okay, that might work because I guess he was in a previous one. I don't know. Indie Phantom. ScarJo saying stupid shite is nothing new. Kamala Avengers endorsement. That's true. I tried to ignore that. Ardent. Last Boy Scout is a great movie. Highly underrated. I really enjoy The Last Boy Scout. The opening scene is hilarious. And Bruce Willis is really good at it. I mean, he's peak Bruce Willis. Screenplay by Shane Black, by the way. Maverick. Denise Richards was a smoke show back in the day. Total hot chick. I mean, bit crazy. Denise Richards from Wild Things and Starship Troopers. And James Bond. She's a great Bond girl. It's the dumbest story ever, but she's hot in it. And Storbang, and I'll raise you Phyllis Diller. I used to love her. She was funny. Maverick. Dina Meyer has aged well compared to Denise Richards. Donna D'Errico from Baywatch looks pretty good. She's definitely had some work, but she looks great. She's doing OnlyFans, and she looks pretty hot. Ardent, LOL. Storbang, Ashley Green, hottest girl in Twilight. Ardent, Dina Meyer is effing good, laugh on Twitter. Indie Phantom, Denise Richards got too much work done. She's doing OnlyFans to compete with her daughter. She was fired, though. Charlie Sheen broke her. Yeah. Ardent, I always preferred Jessica Biel to Denise Richards. Depends on the era. Yeah, but early Denise Richards was just so cute. Oh my god. Ardent at Storbang, Diller versus Rivers. That would have been a funny matchup. It probably already happened. The Rap, Ice in Los Angeles, sets Hollywood summer on edge as Latino workers hide. It's like Anne Frank. It is absolutely not like Anne Frank, and that's not the way to say that. You know what you really want to say. You want to say, it's just like the bad guys from Germany. They are rounding up people who are here illegally. They broke the law. If you want to change the law, you should elect people who will change it. And I know you tried to, California, but that's not the way the rest of us want to live. And you can't pretend like every single person that comes here is the model citizen who just wants to work and live their lives and contribute to society. It's just not the case. You have to have a border. Now, there's going to be people caught up in this. It's already happened. I read a story about a guy. I think there's more to it, but the bottom line is the moment Trump announced the quota system where you got to bring in 3,000 illegals a month, I think it is. That was it, man. That means, or 3,000, I don't even think it was a month. I think it was a day. That means they're going to round up everybody in the radius. The purpose of this is to get people to actually respect our immigration law. So when people go, hey, I think I'm going to sneak into the USA illegally, they go, oh, wait, that's a bad idea. I heard, my cousin got rounded up and sent home, and he doesn't even live in Guadalajara. He's never even been there until they deported him. Like, you want to put people that there'll actually be consequences to their actions, and then hopefully they'll do the right thing and fill out the paperwork. They need to be U.S. citizens. There are going to be people caught up in this, 100%. But it's the only way to do it is to actually enforce the law. And I don't want people to suffer, but what else are you going to do? You, Democrats, mostly Democrats now, crazy Democrats, and the craziest ones live in California, you refuse to work with us. What you did over the years is you sort of worked for us and then kind of dragged your feet more and more and more until finally you decided, oh, wait a minute, all those people, illegal aliens, will vote for us. And we've got all these great schemes where we get them to vote for us. And we'll give them driver's license and we'll tell them, hey, we'll give you free stuff. And, you want to vote for us because we're the guys giving you free stuff, right? And now you're in a position where you're freaking out because you see it as all your voters disappearing. But the bottom line is a lot of the Hispanic voters have jumped ship from the Democratic Party because all you do is give handouts to illegal aliens now. And they're mad because many of them spent the time and money to become citizens, or some of them got grandfathered in after a amnesty or whatever, but a lot of them worked hard and became citizens. However, they did it. Some were born here, some just filled out all the paperwork. And it's really unfair to people who became citizens and did it the legal way. It's unfair. But you don't see it that way. You just keep virtue saying, oh, I'm such a wonderful person. Javier mows my lawn and I give him an extra $1 every week. You're sickening. You sicken me. You grow up. Okay? If you hadn't let it get this bad, there wouldn't be this problem. Now it's being fixed. And now it's a big mess. And it's going to be a big mess for years. We're going to have to do this for years. Now, at some point, Trump's going to throw up his hands and say, okay, now that we've deported a lot of people, and now that you realize what will happen if you don't become a citizen, here's how you become a citizen. And they're going to start a website, and they're going to allow a lot of these people to become citizens. They're going to have to prove a bunch of stuff, and again, it'll be a big, giant system, so a bunch of people will get caught up in it, and a bunch of them will get deported, and a bunch of them will have to leave, and whatever, but a lot of them won't. The more productive ones will stay because they'll be able to prove it, and things will go well for them. So, my advice, if you're in this country illegally, get out now on your own terms, fill out the paperwork, and come back. If you can. If you can't, what are you going to do? Maybe you can stay here forever and not face the consequences. And that is my rant. Man, I had a lot of rants tonight. Chuck and Larry. Blade 3 Beal. Says Ardent. Storebang. Joan Rivers was hot back in the 60s. She was cute. I don't know if I'd call her hot, but she was very cute. Indie Phantom, see powdered blue for Jessica Biel. Don't search for it, Tony. Yeah, I better not. Can't believe I'm still on the air. LeMay, Criminal on the Run. Everything is not mid-century Germany. Yes. Maverick, Elizabeth Hurley still looks good today. Yes. 100% agree. And somehow that crazy effer Billy Ray Cyrus is banging her. He is dating her. And they have been seen together a bunch of times. It's 100% confirmed. How's that guy do it? Ardent at Storebang. Betty White was a cutie back in the day. Indie Phantom. Hurley was a 10. Absolutely. Still is a 10. She's amazing looking for her age. She's got Linda Carter genes. Linda Carter looked amazing up until, literally until she was in her 70s. Maverick. Did Jeremy Renner divorce his wife and was accused of the exact same stuff as Johnny Depp in the exact same year? I don't remember that with Jeremy Renner. I just remember the snowplow stuff now. Arden at Indie Phantom. Early Virtue was a good period piece with Beale. Maverick 77. Wasn't Jeremy Renner canceled like Johnny Depp? I don't remember that. Indie Phantom. Wow, don't know that one, Arden. Adding it to the letterboxed watch list. Ardent, Renner damn near killed himself saving a kid, didn't he? Yeah, that's the whole snowplow thing. He kind of ran himself over, though. Ardent, it's a nice light drama at Indie Phantom. Maverick, Vanessa Williams from Erasure with Arnold Schwarzenegger. She was pretty hot. Halle Berry looked good in Bond and Swordfish with John Travolta. What was the one where she was naked? That Billy Bob Thornton movie, I think, right? Ardent, yeah, Vanessa Williams was a smoke show during her singing career. Ardent, oh, Tony, I've got my fourth wall set up. Was very easy, not ready to launch it yet, though. Yep, it was pretty easy. I still don't quite have it. I mean, there's a button on it that doesn't do anything, but I can't erase it and can't figure out how to change it. But I got my 3 shirts up. I haven't gotten any orders yet. Maverick, except my own. I just ordered 3 shirts. Maverick, Olivia Munn smoke show. Yes. Ardent, waiting on samples. Indie, Ardent, is there nudity? Ardent, no nudity as I recall. Olivia Munn's Cyclock costume, real. Excuse me, Ardent. Okay, Tony, have a good night at Indie Phantom. Good night, Ardent. Ardent, LOL. Rachel Wise is still pretty damn sexy. Indie Phantom. Renner played Jeffrey Dahmer in early career. I don't remember that. Indie Phantom. Erasure is underrated, especially now. Ardent, Berry was topless in Swordfish. She was in a movie where she was really nude, I think, with Billy Bob Thornton, I want to say. Or maybe he directed it. I forget what. ICE in LA sets Hollywood summer on edge as Latino workers hide. It's like Anne Frank. Oh, I read that one. Never mind. Gilded Age stars tease trouble ahead for... I don't care about that. All right, moving on. Just about done here. Comic book news. James Gunn Superman review. Love it or hate it, says Insider. Ironheart leak confirms Sacha Baron Cohen's spoiler character. In Mark Hamill's Luke Skywalker idea might be worse than The Last Jedi. No one cares at this point, I think. Ardent. Barry was topless in Swordfish. Indie Phantom. Monsters Ball. Yeah, that was it. F1, the movie crashes at the box office. Budget versus reality breakdown. Oh boy. That's no bueno. What the hell did this thing cost? It opened to $55.6 million. $88.4 million for current worldwide gross of 144. Okay. But how much did it cost? Comparing it to Thunderbolts, Cap, don't care. Mission Impossible. It opened less than cost more? What did it cost, though? Not telling me how much it cost. I mean, it's not going to make that much. Oh, 300 million. There it is. Indie Phantom. Oh no, F1 is on my watch list. I hear it's good. People are saying it's good, but yeah, that's not going to make 300 million. I mean, it's at 144 million now. That's about half. It's saying here the movie would need to gross between 750 million just to break even. That is, again, a high standard. I don't think they spent that much money, but that's the way it is on the books. They keep it flexible, I think, so they can play fast and loose and decide what they want. Ideally, is all the movies in a year to make like almost no money, right? And then they go back to the IRS like, oh, we didn't make any money. Oh, what happened? Oh no, we made millions of dollars, but we spent millions of dollars. It's bull. Ardent, I've heard mostly positive things about F1. Yeah, I think they say it's a solid sports movie. But 300 million, I mean, I think the thing probably has to make, I don't think they spent 300 million on advertising. They probably spent a lot, though. I mean, it's Brad Pitt. It's a racing movie. It's international. They probably spent at least 100 million advertising it. Maybe even somewhere between maybe closer to 150 million because of worldwide, if you add it all up. But the reality is there's no way this thing, I don't even think it's going to make 300 million. You know, it made 144 million this week, makes 77 million next week. You're at 200 million. Yeah, maybe it makes 300 million, but that's about it. It won't make 400 million, I don't think. So, unless it does better next week. Maverick, drop marketing to save money, do cheap trailers on YouTube. You know, a lot of people don't see them, though. Indie Phantom F1 is a sports movie. Yeah, racing's a sport. It's framed like a sport movie. Indie Phantom trailer was good. In that, like, you know, it's about a guy who's played, you know, has raced cars, and then the young guy comes in, and, you know, it's framed like a sports movie. Like, he's getting too old to race, and blah, blah, blah. Oh boy, Maverick. Adjusted for inflation, Titanic's worldwide gross estimated to be around $3.67 to $3.77 billion. This places it as one of the highest grossing films of all time when accounting for the changing value of money. Specifically, it ranks on third on Wikipedia's list of films adjusted for inflation, with an estimated worldwide gross of $3.7 billion in 2024 dollars. Titanic was the first billion-dollar movie, right? Wasn't it Gone with the Wind adjusted for inflations or something? 28 years later, massive flops, losing 100 million. Trilogy in doubt. I thought that was the third part of the trilogy. Part of the problem is all this franchising BS is really, these guys don't know how to script a franchise. You still have to have a payoff for the narrative. You can't be thinking about, you know, the third movie while you're making the first one. Indie Phantom, Titanic better than Booksmart. Are you sure? Demon Slayer, Infinity Castle trailer released. Don't really know. Marvel Comics collapsing. Even Steven Steve McNiven to DC's Batman. Fine with that. They're just going to... I've been predicting this for I don't know how many years. They're just going to close the Marvel offices one day and license the characters out to make them somebody else's problem. Might even be to DC. Ed Boon praises Mortal Kombat 2 movie. These guys nailed it. Meh. All right. Anything else? Taika Waititi's Akira movie canceled as Warner Brothers loses rights. See, it's not all bad. At least Taika Waititi won't be ruining that movie. Sony pauses Spider-Man spin-off universe Cull movie. How do you say that? Null movie canceled? It's probably best you cancel all this stuff. Except for Venom. You need to cross over Venom with Spider-Man. That is the movie everybody wanted to see. Tom Hardy and Tom Holland. But it's probably not going to happen. The Batman 2 script finish confirms Matt Reeves. All right. Want to see that. Indie Phantom, the first of the new Woke 28 Days trilogy. Next one is February. Already filmed. Go away, Tiki Woke Tiki. Wotiti. Mithrigan 2.0, massive misfire, bombing at the box office. Yeah, it looks that way. Maybe next week, but doubt it. No Henry Cavill for James Bond. Tom Holland, Jacob Elordi, Harris Dickinson rumored. Jacob Elordi, maybe. Harris Dickinson. I don't know what he looks like. Let me see. Won't matter either way if the script is shite. Maybe. He's a little young looking. I don't know. He's more unknown. So that kind of works it into his favor. He could be the James Bond and whatever. I don't know what this looks. No bueno. That Park Place. Full report. President Trump returns to Hall of Presidents. Cast members kept in the dark on surprise reopening. Good. Good. I'm glad you got the Hall of Presidents back open. That's a classic Disney thing. Is he in there twice? That would be the amazing part. They have two robots and he has different ties on. Indie Phantom. Woke Titty Tony had it set up for you and you did not deliver. Taika Waititi. There, I did it. Woke TT. Test track back at Epcot. Third iteration has arrived at Walt Disney World, but is it worth your wait? I don't even know what it is. You keep talking about this. I still don't know what it is. Fictional killer robot Mithrigan declares, being gay icon is my default setting to Out Magazine as Mithrigan 2.0 releases. I don't think that's helping it. Is the rainbow community embracing Mithrigan? How is she gay? She's a robot. Doesn't make any sense. Indie Phantom, cool, didn't know Trump was back in the hall. Disney's Hollywood Studios animation building sits vacant, guessed while Imagineers demolish beloved attractions. Yeah, Disney is destroying itself now. I really do. This to me is the biggest piece of evidence, weak though it is, that the Chi-Coms are literally destroying Disney. I mean, they're literally destroying their legacy in front of our eyes to build rides that I don't think anybody give a crap about. They should have kept every single one of them, made them the vintage rides, and just kept adding to the park. It's not like they don't have land in Florida in Disney World. The whole point of it, screw it. Destroy yourselves, Disney. What do I care? Breitbart. Trump takes out Tillis, won't seek re-election after primary threat. Opposed big beautiful bill. Trump really wanted this bill. I don't know, man. I have my doubts about this bill. But Trump's been right on so many things. I can't really be all that mad. Maybe it all works out. But a lot of the things he put in it got cut. And a lot of things we wanted out of it and were promised are not in it. So, I don't know. Maybe those other things will happen in other ways. I don't know. But I don't think you're ousting Thomas Massey. So, anywho, Trump is on a roll, though. Trump is on a roll. F him. Charlize Theron, millions are going to die following Trump's foreign aid cut. F him. Huh? So, she can't be saying F him to the people who she's referring to. Oscar winner Charlize Theron, the latest Hollywood celebrity to decry President Trump cuts in wasteful and corrupted foreign aid spending, as Theron accuses his administration of making the cuts out of spite and vindictiveness, not sound policy. This is more evidence that celebrities are really just psyops. That really the deep state either works them or directly controls them in some way. Because really, how do you say with a straight face that you oppose the kind of cuts if you look even the basic research on this? You see that they waste a ton of money in other countries, and most of that money ends up going to bribe rich people in other countries so we could do stuff there. I mean, that's the most basic kind of research. They're flat out bribes to people out in other countries so they can exploit their own population half the time on our behalf so our companies can move in and take over. But I don't know. It's like these Hollywood celebrities are paid actors to just act in certain ways so they can push policy. Indie Phantom, Charlize looking like Jared Leto Joker. Yeah, she looks weird in that picture. But she's woke up to the eyeballs. I mean, what she's doing to her kids. I mean, all her kids are like in the rainbow community. Like, one's trans, I think. One's non-binary. Like, the odds of that happening all in one family are insanely low. I can't imagine being that beholden to your deep state handlers that you would ruin your own kids. I gotta think she's just so infected with a woke mind virus. This is just more nonsense coming out of her mouth. But who knows? It's really sad. She's just sad to me. Let's see. Watch designer at Paris Fashion Week pays tribute to violent illegal aliens deported to El Salvador prison. Okay, enjoy that, I guess. Indie Phantom, yeah, ever since Monster, Charlize, hard to deal with. Yeah, and she has the nerve. She was doing an interview saying like, oh, it's so hard to find a man. You have 4 kids and you're older now. She even admitted in that, I think in the same interview, Carl over at the Lotus Eaters did a video about this, how she was talking about how she was young and hot and wanted to travel the world, and she was in love with this guy, but she didn't want to settle down, so instead she like ran around, and now she's older and she's got 4 kids, and she's frustrated why nobody wants to marry her and help her raise those kids. It's like, damn, Charlize, who the F would marry you? First off, you're a Hollywood celebrity worth millions. How much is she worth? I bet a ton. I'll say at least 20 million, I gotta think. Place your bets. 200 million. Damn. She's worth $200 million. And so the only way you're going to get a husband that guy has to be worth more, or at least as much. A guy worth that much, ain't no way he's marrying you. Even if he was 95, he'd be like, who's the hottest 22-year-old who will tolerate me? That's what a billion, multi-millionaire is thinking. He's not going to marry you. I mean, the only reason he would marry you is he'd be like enamored with Hollywood celebrity, and that's not really much of a thing anymore. It's just not worth it. Why has he got to put up with you? Any man with $200 million can marry the hottest girl. The hottest. And if she's a nobody, he can make her sign a whole pile of prenups. And he'll be fine. Look at Trump. Indie Phantom. Yeah, ever since Monster. Oh, I read that one. Maverick. Charlize is 50. Indie Phantom. Terry Hatcher has like the same sob and single story now. Paulina Peruskova, former supermodel and actress from Her Alibi. Yep. Yeah, they were both smoke shows. Maverick. She is crazy. Yeah, like, there ain't no way you're going to get a guy like that. Now, with your money, you could get some hot dude. You know, some guy who will do whatever the F you want. But you probably got those guys coming and going all the time, so to speak. And you probably aren't attracted to them very much because they're probably just, you need a guy to boss you around. There's no way a guy with that kind of money wants to even bother with you and your headache. So you missed the boat. You can get a boy toy, but he ain't going to boss you around. He's going to be like, yes, boss. Because you're worth so much money. And even if you found some guy who didn't have money to boss you around, the first argument you would get into, you'd be like, get the hell out. And that would be the last of him. Police probe rockers Bob Villain leading to Glastonbury crowd and death to the IDF. Free Palestine chants on air. Yeah, they're UK cops. I'm sure they're going to just say, oh, well, he's a member of a minority group, so, you know, this is England, so we're never going to prosecute him. Like, and who the hell, you know, in this country, we have freedom of speech. Everybody would just roll their eyes and ignore the dude, but you seem to think it's a real thing to arrest somebody for speech. Glastonbury performer Jade Leeds chants F you to Nigel Farage's Reform Party. They're going to have a tough time when they get in. Probably tougher than Trump right now. John Cusack. Iran will rush to get a nuclear weapon, and they should get one. Debatable, but John Cusack really shouldn't be making comments. I think he's not very credible in these areas. I mean, I wouldn't want the Iranians to have a nuke, but there's an argument to be made if they did have a nuke, then it would sort of balance out the Middle East a little bit, and then nobody would attack them, but they're not going to get it. Not with the Israelis around. If they got a nuke, the Israelis might nuke them. They might nuke them before they got a chance to, you know, as it stands, they might have had it on the books, you know, to nuke them anyway. The only thing really stopping the Israelis from nuking Tehran is the rest of the, you know, world community. Because, you know, they would turn on Iran and it would be bad. I don't think the Iranians currently with their government are sane enough that you would trust them with a nuke. But I don't think they would use it. Ultimately, they would eventually... I mean, look at the North Koreans. North Koreans, they haven't used their nuke. because they want to live. They'd be dead in 10 minutes if they used a nuke against anybody. Indie Phantom, if I were a billionaire, I would be even more scared of hot chicks. Well, you'd have to get them, like, if you were a billionaire, right, and you wanted a girlfriend, you're not going to find one with enough money who wouldn't take your money, right? So you'd have to do what Trump did. You'd have to have an army of lawyers make her sign prenups up the wazoo that she would be taken care of if you got divorced or broke up or whatever, but not that, that it wouldn't get crazy. You'd have to do that for anyone you dated. And it would be tough. It would be tough. Because you'd have to, there'd be girls falling all over themselves to get with you, of course. And you wouldn't know who to trust. And they'd be hot as hell, and they'd be willing to do anything. So, like, your best bet if you have that kind of money is to try to run in the circles with money, because at least they wouldn't be like, your employee. Maybe you could get a hot celebrity chick like her, and maybe you'd want that, and you'd think, well, maybe that would be better. But, like, she's got 4 kids and she's woke as F. I wouldn't want that. Maverick, Caroline Leavitt married an older dude. She's 27. I am not surprised, and she is hot. Indie Phantom, who is the wokest? Ruffalo, Sean Penn, Bryan Cranston, or John Cusack? Wow. Oh, man, that's tough. That's a tough lineup. Well, let's see. Ruffalo won't shut the F up on certain things. Sean Penn, he actually flew to Ukraine and gave away his Oscar just to, like, score some points. He's pretty effing woke. Bryan Cranston has said a lot of stuff. I would put him at the bottom of the list, though. John Cusack, he said a lot of stuff. I got to give it to Sean Penn, because Sean Penn actually flies to these countries. He actually gets involved. I don't think he said a reasonable political thing in a long time. Neither has John Cusack or Ruffalo, but yeah, I'll give it to Sean Penn. Maverick, he's 60 and rich. Gold Digger song by Kanye West, 2005. Jamie Foxx. Ardent, LOL, he loaned his Oscar to Zelensky. Might as well kiss that thing goodbye. Yeah, Zelensky probably sold it 10 minutes after he left the room. Maverick, Christian Bale is woke. Oh, no, really? That's sad. Maverick, Christian Bale says Hollywood and the world would be better if the white dudes weren't in charge of everything. The actor says the world would be so much better films and so much more interesting stories. Oh, no. Really? If white dudes weren't enough of white guys running everything in Hollywood and beyond. Well, he just shouldn't say that stuff. It's stupid. Again, the quickest way to check that is just switch the race out and read it again, and then oh man, that sounds super racist. Maverick Defender, If White Dudes Weren't Running Hollywood by Zach Scharf, December 19th, 2017. Maverick, Christian Bale has had enough of white guys running everything in Hollywood and beyond. Marvel needs to represent more than just a straight white guy, says Spider-Man actor Tom Holland. These films need to represent more than one type of person, by Charlotte Kroll. 1st of July, 2019. Now you're just depressing me, dude. New York Times, Democrats once jeered Hollywood tax breaks. Now they beg for them. they have no choice. They're trying to save the industry. I don't think it'll help. You need to save the state. Saving just one industry, I mean, it's so expensive to live in Los Angeles. I don't know if like the regular craft services people can afford to live there anymore. Or want to. What are you going to do? Import them from Nevada? British rocker Rod Stewart backs Nigel Farage for Prime Minister. Whoa, good for you, Rod. For what that's worth. Maverick, Wonder Woman star Gal Gadot. Anyone who is not a feminist is sexist. Oh, man. Gal Gadot, and I find the questioning surprising because I think, yes, of course, every woman, every man, everyone should be a feminist because whoever is not a feminist is sexist. Jeremy Renner, 60% of Americans will have election deniers on the ballot this year. Join me and Mark Ruffalo and support the champions running against them. Every single donation will be doubled. I know. Look, I'd like to think that some of these people just say stuff because, oh, well, I got to say it. But who knows? I mean, Gal Gadot, I almost want to forgive because she's so hot. And I think, like, well, if I was dating her, I wouldn't listen to her political opinions anyway. But Indie Phantom, shut up and be hot, gal. Yeah, exactly. She's married, though, I think. Ardent, guess I'm sexist and an anti-Semite. I can't stand Gadot. She's so great for Wonder Woman, though. I mean, look. I don't know what to say. They're just woke. I think they think it's the popular opinion because they're ensconced in their bubbles and they don't really interact with normal people. Again, just like millionaires and billionaires are wont to do. Because if you interact with normal people, they quickly become your employees. They just default. You can't become friends with like a normal person when you're worth millions and millions of dollars. It's like kind of impossible. Ardent, I met an Israeli girl in St. John's when I was in university. Made Gadot look like a hag. Really? LeMay, I heard one guy said it was cheap for them to fly everyone to Alabama, pay for their hotel and food, and then film there. Well, yeah, but you wouldn't necessarily have to fly the crew out there. Although you could. I mean, they have crew guys in Alabama, I assume, but sure, it's probably that cheap. It's definitely cheaper than going to, say, shooting in California. It's just too expensive. There's just too many things. And a state like Alabama will give you so many tax breaks, it'll be totally worth it. They're all in the states are in competition trying to lure films there. LeMay, I heard one guy said it was... Oh, I read that one. Indie Phantom, if Gal interacted with me, I would hear her out. Yeah, me too. I'd just be like, that's very interesting. Well, that's one way of putting it. I mean, what are you going to do? You know, you don't have to watch her movies to date her. But yeah, when you're so rich... I saw this really interesting documentary. It was made by one of the kids who was a DuPont heir. And he made it about him and his friends, and they're all rich. They're like mega rich. You know, these are like the heirs to the DuPont fortune and other fortunes. And they're all friends because they all live in the same circles because they can't interact with normal people. And it was interesting because he shows you why, right? There was one story, and I think I told this before. I knew a guy, and he knew an actual Nigerian princess. He was a producer I was trying to work for. Anyhow, her family, they were like, I think they owned mines in like Nigeria or something. They were worth millions and millions and millions of dollars. Well, both her parents died for different reasons, and she was left with all the fortune. She's just a gazillionaire, and she was like Nigerian royalty, and she's living in New York City, and she meets this guy who lived in her building. Now she was rich beyond your wildest dreams. And so when she met the guy in her building, she thought, oh, well, he lives in the building. And he drove like a Maserati or something, right? So she starts dating him. And at first, like, everything's great. And then he basically scammed her. He told her, like, oh, yeah, I'm doing this record label thing, and I needed, like, X amount of dollars to do this thing, but I got to move some money around. And basically, that's how scam artists do it. They set themselves up in such a way that you end up offering them money, right? And that's what she did. She said, oh, I got that money. Here, I'll just loan it to you. And so she loaned him, I forget how much. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was about, I want to say 300 grand. It was a little more than that, or maybe it was 3 million. Anyway, the moment she loaned him the money, he was gone. And then she didn't hear from him, so she went to his place. Turned out I don't think he was renting it. He may have been watching it or using the place somehow. Turned out his car was rented. He was complete and utter phony. He had targeted her specifically just to date her, just so he could scam her and get this money. And that's what happens to people with millions of dollars if they're not careful, because they're so rich. Even if they, imagine being that rich and like $10,000 is really nothing to you. And, a guy's just, maybe he's got, I'm just going to scam him for 10 grand. Like, oh, my car broke down and I need a new car or whatever. And he tell him a big sob story, and they give you, I don't know. The celebrity says, oh, here's 20K. You can go get yourself a new car. And it's just a scam to get the 20K or whatever. It happens. And if that happens to you a few times, you start to think, I got to hang out with people with money so this doesn't happen. I got to know that they have money and who they are, or else this will keep happening. And even if you hang out with, again, nice people who don't have money, they're normal people like you and me, you have so much money, like, you're going to end up paying for everything. You just are, right? So you're hanging out with your friends and you got millions of dollars and they're just normal. Like, you can't suggest things like your millionaire friends do, like, hey, who wants to go to France for the weekend? Your other friends will look at you like you're nuts, right? And then, like, you might just pay for everybody's drinks one night because you can, but, like, your other friends can't do that. So it's this weird imbalance that you can never quite fix. And then you do get targeted by scams. So that was a long-winded version. Everything was long-winded tonight of this documentary I saw. It was kind of interesting. So, yeah, it's not going to work out. Anyhow, holy crap, it's 11:30. I got to end this thing. I'm sorry I talked for so long. It was an amazing stream tonight. A record 4.5 hours. I want to thank everybody who tuned in. What did we learn tonight? We learned so much. We learned I talk too much. We learned that Maverick got really, really high. And I talked more than he could type. I outlasted him. We learned the box office is okay. We learned about hot chicks. We learned about everything. Ardent, 1 a.m. Newfoundland time. Ardent's got to go to bed, people. So tell us what you learned. We got to go. Thanks for hanging, by the way. Again, check out the Pineys. Check out the t-shirts. Next event for me is Thursday, July 3rd. I'm doing something cool on July weekend. I forgot what it is. July 3rd. Yes, I'm doing the 249th celebration of the Battle of Mount Holly from the Revolutionary War at St. Andrew's Graveyard on Pine Street in Mount Holly. And that's from 2 to 5 p.m. on Thursday, July 3rd. July 4th, I'll be at the July 4th Festival on Canal Street in Millville, New Jersey from 6 to 9. That's going to also be very interesting. Ardent, we learned that pineapple might not be the worst thing you can put on a pizza. Yeah, fruit-wise. Maverick, wasabi was not avocado. You learned that. LeMay, therapist, should I buy another boat? No. Maverick, we learned that wasabi is not an avocado. You said that. Ardent, I'm good. I'm self-employed, remember? Oh, that's right. At LeMay, why are you asking therapist? Huh? Ardent, Celebrity Jeopardy SNL gag. All right. I'm going to wrap it here. I hope I can even post this damn thing on the other channels. I might have to split it up. Joan is exhausted, by the way. She is passed out behind me. I'm going to eat an enchilada left over from my Mexican food. And then I got to make a bunch of... I might have to go to bed before I make those videos. It's going to be a long night or an early night. LeMay, LOL. Thanks for tuning in tonight. We'll see ya in the next one.